Chapter 1897. Gold-grade Taiching Immortal Tokenjuan. Carefully read the description of the Daffin domains Yin, clear, round, and crescent. After memorizing the characteristics of the Yin, clear, round, and crescent, he put the bamboo slip back on the bookshelf. The heavenly domains were too vast. Generally, if one wanted to travel through the starry sky, they would need the corresponding star map. The bamboo slip didn't contain the star map of the Daffin domain, let alone the specific location of the Yin, clear, round, and crescent. Zhuo knew that if he wanted to go to the Yin, clear, round, and crescent, he had to enter the Daffin domain and find a way to get the star map. However, the bamboo slip did provide a rough description of the star map of the 8 heavenly domains. Zhuo secretly memorized the star map in his mind. After he completely possessed the infant devourer, he would be able to go directly to the Daffin domain from the extraterritorial starry sky. After that, Zhuo began to look at the other divine abilities. There were many divine abilities on the second level. Zhuo roughly glanced through them and roughly knew what the divine abilities on the second level were. Dazzling Light Secret Record, Blue Flame Great Art, Immortal Vanquishing Art, Purple Sutra, Bright King Treasure Art, 9 Destruction Purple Shadows, Celestial Body Suppressing Universe. There were offensive, defensive, and movement types among these divine abilities. Among them, most of the defensive divine abilities were body-refining divine abilities. Zhuowen's myriad Tao Indestructible Divine Body could also be a divine ability if it was the complete version. Unfortunately, the myriad Tao Indestructible Divine Body couldn't become a real divine body. It could only become a demigod body. It could be said that the divine abilities here were much more advanced than the immortal arts and body-refining divine abilities that Zhuo had cultivated before. Moreover, all of them were complete versions. They were much more powerful than the immortal arts and secret techniques that the ancestors of the Heavenly Armor Continent had explored. Seeing so many divine abilities, all of a sudden, Zhuo's emotions surged, but he didn't lose his mind. He was very clear that there should be higher-level, true divine abilities on the 3rd level, and there might even be void sky divine abilities on the 4th level that were even more powerful and mysterious than true divine abilities. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to choose a divine ability. He knew very well that it took time to comprehend a divine ability, and he only had half a year's time. Therefore, he had to choose carefully. Only when he chose a truly suitable divine ability could he unleash its strongest power. In addition to divine abilities, Zhuo found that there were very few secret arts in this place that could temper one's soul and enhance one's spiritual energy. Even if there were, they were extremely low level, and Zhuo simply didn't care about them. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Putting down the book beside him, Zhuo walked towards the stairs leading to the 3rd level. Although there weren't many people on the 2nd floor, there were still quite a number of them. Zhuo's journey to the 3rd floor naturally attracted the attention of many people. Moreover, it also caused quite a commotion. It wasn't strange for them to enter the 3rd floor, but it was strange for an early-stage divine god to want to go to the 3rd floor. Does this kid not know the rules? Divine gods aren't allowed to enter the 3rd floor. Even if he has the Taiching Immortal Token, I'm afraid he only has access to the 2nd floor. His cultivation isn't high enough. This kid is going to be defeated. The administrator of the 3rd floor has a bad temper. Sounds of ridicule rose from the surroundings, but no one stopped Zhuo. They had stayed on the 2nd level for quite a long time, and it was indeed quite boring at times. They were naturally extremely happy to be able to watch some fun. A woman in black tights was leaning against the stairs. She looked to be in her 30s, and her body exuded a mature charm. At this moment, the woman was lazily leaning against the stairs. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her expression was extremely lazy. Perhaps it was because she saw Zhuo and she lazily opened her eyes and sized up Zhuo. Then, she casually waved her hand and said, "Early stage, heavenly god brat, I want to rest now. Don't disturb me. Scram as far away as you can." Zhuo looked at the lazy woman. He didn't expect her to be so rude, but he didn't take it to heart. He said indifferently, "I want to enter the 3rd floor. The woman tilted her head and opened her eyes. An invisible pressure pressed down on Zhuowen like a ferocious tiger. Zhuowen couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. "Brat, say that again." The woman stared at Zhuowen. She clenched her fists as if she was warning Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He took out the Tai Ching immortal token and tossed it to the woman. "I'm not speaking without thinking. This is the Tai Ching immortal token. It proves that I have the right to enter the third floor." The woman took the Tai Ching immortal token. Her eyes landed on the gold bar in the center of the token. Her pupils constricted, and then she became serious. She glanced at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "You actually have a gold-grade Tai Ching immortal token? Where did you steal it?" Zhuowen said mockingly, "I'm just an early-stage heavenly god brat. Do you think I have the ability to steal this Tai Ching immortal token?" The woman blushed and clapped her hands awkwardly. Then she returned the Tai Ching immortal token to Zhuowen and said, "Since you have a gold-grade Tai Ching immortal token, you can go in." After taking back the Tai Ching immortal token, Zhuowen directly entered the third floor, leaving behind the stunned people on the second floor. A mere early-stage heavenly god can obtain a gold-grade Tai Ching immortal token. Where did this kid come from? The woman frowned and murmured softly. As he walked up the stairs, Zhuowen glanced at the Tai Ching immortal token in his hand. He knew that the Tai Ching immortal token had probably been given to him as a favor. He could not help but smile bitterly inside. "Although it's natural, I have no choice but to return this favor." There were very few people on the third floor. There were only a dozen or so people, and most of them were cultivating their true divine abilities with their eyes closed. The only people moving about on the third floor were probably Lian Meng and Jing Hai, as Lian Meng had only become a true god recently, and Jing Hai did not have a silver Tai Ching immortal token. It was the first time the two of them had entered the third floor. When they saw that the third floor actually had a dazzling array of true divine abilities, the two of them became extremely excited. They constantly looked around the third floor. When Zhuowen slowly walked up the stairs and arrived on the third floor, he immediately attracted the attention of Lian Meng and Jing Hai. Junior brother Zhuowen, how did you get up here?" Lian Meng looked at Zhuowen in surprise. As for Jing Hai, she also looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Soon after, she frowned and said, "Zhuowen, did you not know the rules? Did you take advantage of the negligence of the third floor's administrator to sneak up? If that's really the case, you'd better get lost now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to hide later." Zhuowen glanced at Jing Hai indifferently. Soon after, he greeted Lian Meng and began to walk around the third floor. He began to browse the true divine abilities here. Seeing Zhuowen ignore her, Jing Hai was furious. She then recalled that Yang Tong and Bai Shuang were also unable to enter the scripture pavilion because of this kid. For a moment, Jing Hai was enraged. She almost lost her reason and shouted, "You're just an early-stage heavenly god brat. How can you be qualified to enter the third floor? You violated the rules and even ignore my advice. Do you even know shame?" "Senior sister Jing Hai, don't be so loud." Lian Meng's face flickered. Originally, the others on the third floor were all cultivating with their eyes closed. Now that Jing Hai had made such a ruckus, it would likely attract the attention of others. If this matter were to blow up, Zhuowen would really be punished. This was something that Lian Meng did not want to see. Seeing Jing Hai's actions, Zhuowen sneered inwardly. He was certain that Jing Hai had deliberately shouted. Her goal was likely to attract the attention of the others on the third floor. Then, she would be able to catch him, the one who had snuck up. As expected, right after Jing Hai said that, several cultivators on the third floor who were closest to them opened their eyes. All of them turned to look at Zhuowen. One of the cultivators, a middle-aged man with a robust body, stood up and walked before the three of them. With a frown, he said, "This place forbids noise. Are you fellows knowingly breaking the rules?" Jing Hai hastily bowed and said, "Senior brother, I am Jing Hai from Nine Firmament's Palace. Earlier, I was too excited and shouted out. I hope you do not mind." After hearing that Jing Hai was a disciple of Nine Firmaments Palace, the middle-aged man's face eased slightly. Next, his gaze fell upon Zhuowen. His face sank as he said, "What is your name? Who allowed you to come up to the third floor?" Jing Hai hastily explained, "Senior brother, please do not take offense. This is our junior brother. When we brought him to the scripture depository, we had already instructed him to view the magic skills on the second floor. Unexpectedly, he took advantage of the fact that the manager was not paying attention to sneak up to the third floor. We will have him go down immediately." Lian Ming was relatively naive. When she heard Jing Hai's explanation, she thought that Jing Hai was trying to help. She quickly said, "Senior brother, this junior brother of mine does not know the rules. I hope you do not take offense." Zhuowen coldly looked at all of this. How could he not see through Jing Hai's explanation? His objective was to smear his name. As for Lian Ming, she was too naive. She was unable to see through Jing Hai's intentions. In the end, she ended up being more of a hindrance than a help. This caused Zhuowen to feel both angry and amused. Sure enough, after Jing Hai and Lian Ming's explanation, the middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. Preposterous. This kid sure has guts. He does not have the extreme purity immortal token, and his cultivation base is only at the early heavenly god stage. Yet, he dares to come to the third floor? Oof. I will have to talk to the manager of the fourth floor about this. Immediately, the middle-aged man disappeared. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned with a white-haired old man. "Tomb Master, this is the one who broke the rules and sneaked up to the third floor without permission," said the middle-aged man as he pointed at Zhuowen. "It's not like what he said. It's really junior brother Zhuo's first time here. He doesn't know the rules. I hope the two of you can spare him this time." Lian Ming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The old man glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Zhuowen suddenly felt as if he had been seen through from head to toe. Jing Hai looked at this scene coldly. She knew that Zhuowen would inevitably be driven out of the scripture depository. She was venting the anger of Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. Tomb Master retracted his gaze and smiled at Zhuowen. "Little brother, do you want to go to the fourth floor to have a look?" Chapter 1898. Void Sky Gray Divine Ability. Tomb Master, are you joking? He's just an early-stage heavenly godbrat. How can he be qualified to go to the fourth floor? The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Jing Hai and Lian Ming also revealed strange expressions. Clearly, they also thought the Tomb Master was joking. The Tomb Master's gaze suddenly became serious. He coldly stared at the middle-aged man, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. The middle-aged man's heart thumped wildly, and he involuntarily retreated dozens of steps. His face was pale. The aura released by the Tomb Master was clearly targeted at him. He also realized that he had said the wrong thing. The Tomb Master was the manager of the fourth floor of the Scripture Pavilion. His status was extremely high. It was said that he was also a Void Sky grade expert. He even heard that the Tomb Master had an extremely strange temper. Even some Void Sky old monsters who wanted to enter the fourth floor had to see the Tomb Master's expression and mood. From this, it could be seen how eccentric the Tomb Master's personality was. Moreover, even those Void Sky old monsters didn't dare to provoke the Tomb Master. It was clear that the Tomb Master wasn't simple. However, a Tomb Master who didn't even put Void Sky old monsters in his eyes was now openly inviting an early-stage heavenly god junior. How could the middle-aged man not be shocked? Jing Hai and Lian Ming also finally reacted. The Tomb Master wasn't joking. The two women looked at Zhuowen with strange and astonished gazes. Jing Hai, in particular, had a bad feeling. She didn't expect Zhuowen to be favored by this eccentric Tomb Master. She really couldn't understand. Zhuowen's gaze was calm. He knew that the Tomb Master's gaze just now should have detected the gold-grade Tai Ching immortal token on him. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was that the Tomb Master was clearly a Void Sky expert. Logically speaking, the Tomb Master's attitude towards him was a bit too good. He didn't think that a mere gold-grade Tai Ching immortal token could make a Void Sky expert smile at a mere early-stage heavenly god like him. What? Don't you want to take a look at the fourth floor? The Tomb Master looked at Zhuowen and smiled faintly. Zhuowen came back to his senses and respectfully cupped his fists at the Tomb Master. "Thank you, Senior." The Tomb Master was quite satisfied with Zhuowen's attitude. He smiled and nodded, then led Zhuowen to the 4th level. When Zhuowen entered the staircase to the 4th level, the Tomb Master turned around to look at the middle-aged man and Jing Hai. With his powerful spiritual sense, he had already noticed what was happening here. Jing Hai and the middle-aged man were clearly trying to force Zhuowen out of the scripture pavilion. The middle-aged man and Jing Hai felt a chill in their hearts when they sensed Tomb Master's gaze. Soon after, Tomb Master's voice sounded in their ears. "The two of you don't need to come to the scripture pavilion anymore." After speaking, the two of them felt their bodies float in the air. Then, they appeared outside the entrance of the scripture depository valley. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked coldly at Jing Hai, who was at a loss, and said coldly, "I will remember today's kindness." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man flicked his sleeve and left without waiting for Jing Hai to speak. Jing Hai's pretty face was pale. This time, she really suffered a double loss. Not only was she kicked out of the scripture pavilion, but she also offended a true god who was more powerful than her. The loss outweighed the gain. Zhuowen, Jing Hai bit her lower lip. Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of resentment. At the same time, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who were not far from the entrance of the valley, saw Jing Hai appear outside the valley and rushed to her side. "Senior Sister Jing Hai, what's wrong with you? You just entered the scripture pavilion and you came out?" Yang Tong asked in surprise. Jing Hai's pretty face was slightly gloomy, but she didn't say anything. She took a step and turned into a rainbow and left the place. In front of Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, she couldn't say that she was kicked out. It was really difficult for her to say it. Looking at Jing Hai leaving, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang were even more confused. Obviously, they didn't understand Jing Hai's situation. "Brother Yang, Senior Sister Jing Hai has left. Are we still going to wait here for Zhuowen?" Bai Shuang asked hesitantly. "Wait, why not wait? I must teach that Zhuowen a lesson. Otherwise, the anger in my heart will not be appeased," Yang Tong said as he returned to the dense forest outside the valley. Bai Shuang shrugged her shoulders and waited for Zhuowen. After entering the 4th floor, the Tomb Master stopped at the entrance and suddenly said, "Little friend, Honorable Tai Ching specifically told me to let you freely enter the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion. The void heaven divine ability is hidden here. If you want to cultivate it, you can do so at any time. And if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. I will be at the entrance of the stairs." After saying that, the Tomb Master left the entrance. Zhuowen showed a look of realization. He finally knew that the Tomb Master's attitude towards him was so good. It seemed that Honorable Tai Ching had informed him in advance. Looking around the 4th floor, Zhuowen found that the space of the 4th floor was really large, but at a glance, it was all empty bookshelves. In the center of the 4th floor, there was a cylindrical bookshelf. On this strange bookshelf, there were only 5 ancient books, which were also the only 5 ancient books on the 4th floor. These 5 books were the Destruction Tao, Swordsmanship, Indestructible Heaven and Earth, Torch Dragon, 9-Headed Infants, Formless All Beings, and Celestial Star Meditation Diagram. Among them, Destruction Tao Sword Art was an offensive divine ability, Indestructible Yellow was a defensive divine ability, and Torch Dragon, 9-Headed Infant was a movement divine ability. Zhuowen didn't need to look at these 3 divine abilities to know their respective categories. The remaining Formless All Life and Stars Meditation Diagram were beyond Zhuowen's expectations. Formless All Life was an extremely powerful concealment divine ability. Zhuowen looked at the introduction page of this Formless All Life quite seriously and found that the effect of this Formless All Life was actually quite similar to the concealment technique he cultivated before. However, Formless All Life was a Void Sky Realm divine ability. If he used Formless All Life, cultivators below the virtual sky world would simply be delusional to see through Zhuowen's cultivation level and aura. Even some ordinary virtual sky world cultivators wouldn't be able to see through Zhuowen's disguise so easily. Of course, if it were terrifying virtual sky world cultivators like Honorable Tai Ching and Sakyamuni, even if Zhuowen cultivated a powerful secret technique like formless all-life, he would probably be seen through at a glance. However, in the 8 major heavens, existences like Honorable Tai Ching and Sakyamuni, who were considered powerful in the virtual sky world, were very rare. Therefore, it should be more than enough for Zhuowen to completely disguise himself by cultivating formless all-life. In addition to a powerful concealment technique, formless all-life also had a powerful illusion technique. This illusion technique could instantly drag cultivators whose divine sense was similar to or weaker than the caster into an illusion, making it difficult for them to move freely. As for Star's meditation diagram, it was a divine ability that tempered one's divine sense to improve one's divine sense. This kind of divine ability was to visualize one's divine sense as the vast starry sky and one's divine sense as the stars in the starry sky. As one continued to visualize, one could derive a vast starry sky in one's divine sense. It was an extremely powerful divine sense tempering technique. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the celestial star meditation diagram and all life formless complemented each other. The stronger his soul was, the more terrifying the illusions he could cast through all life formless would be. When the time came, he could often rely on illusions to restrain the enemy, or even kill them in one strike. It could be said that the 5 ancient books on the 4th floor could be considered extremely powerful divine abilities in the entire heaven realm. Of course, Zhuowen also knew that the Huaxia heaven realm was so big that it couldn't only have these 5 divine abilities. The only possibility was that the Grand Pure One had left these 5 void, heaven-grade divine abilities on the 4th floor as a form of compensation for Zhuowen. What a coincidence! Every type of divine ability is listed on the 4th floor. Does Master know that I can be resurrected and that I urgently need this kind of divine ability to temper my divine sense? Zhuowen slowly took a few steps back and silently looked at the bookshelf in front of him. It could be said that the 4th floor basically provided the divine abilities he needed, and it looked like it was specially made for him. Zhuowen suspected that all of this was deliberately arranged by Honorable Tai Ching. After thinking for a moment, Zhuowen stopped thinking about it. The gap between him and Honorable Tai Ching was too big, and Honorable Tai Ching was even more unfathomable. If Zhuowen wanted to fathom Honorable Tai Ching's thoughts, he would basically be at a loss. Therefore, he simply stopped thinking about it and began to read the 5 ancient books. The 5 divine powers were all void, heaven-grade divine powers, so it was impossible for Zhuowen to fully comprehend them. However, Zhuowen could learn these 5 divine powers to the entry level, which was more than enough for him to use. As for the in-depth content of the 5 ancient books, Zhuowen planned to forcibly memorize it so that it would be convenient for him to cultivate in the future. In order to strengthen his memory, Zhuowen even used the 4th layer Tao intent, causing his memory to increase by 4 times. Even so, Zhuowen still found it difficult to memorize. Void heaven-grade divine abilities were too difficult to understand for Zhuowen, who was only a heavenly deity. Moreover, there was no pattern to follow, so he could only memorize them. At the entrance of the staircase, the tomb master quietly leaned against the wall. As if he had sensed something, he raised his head and glanced at the entrance above. He said indifferently, "It really is the 4th layer Tao intent." To be able to comprehend the 4th layer Tao intent at such a young age is truly commendable. Unfortunately, this little fellow's fortune is too shallow. He only has half a year to live. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of his talent? At this point, a trace of pity appeared in the tomb master's eyes. He was very clear about Zhuowen's injuries. Zhuowen had sacrificed his life to use the 6th and 7th sword of the blood-splashing 5 steps. He should have been dead, and the laws of heaven and earth did not allow him to live. If it wasn't for Tai Ching forcefully retaining Zhuowen's vitality in his body with his own strength, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to live until now. As for saving Zhuowen, who should have been dead, it was a bit far-fetched. It was already a heaven-defying act, and it was also very difficult to succeed. Otherwise, Tai Ching would have already healed Zhuowen's injuries. I hope this little fellow doesn't hold a grudge against Tai Ching. In fact, Tai Ching has already made enough compensation for this little fellow. Exalted Spirit. Chapter 1899. Tracking it took Zhuowen 3 months to completely memorize the 5 divine abilities in his mind. Moreover, this was under the condition that he had the support of 4 levels of Tao intent. It was clear just how obscure and profound void heaven grade divine abilities were. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that after comprehending the 4th level Tao insight, both his comprehension ability and mental state were much better than before. Let's try cultivating the Tao of Destruction sword art first. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, waved his right hand, and the Tao of Destruction sword art appeared in his hand. Then, he began to comprehend the divine powers silently. The Tao of Destruction sword art had a total of 9 moves. They were piercing thistles and thorns, first appearance of sword light, sun in the sky, dark moon comes sometimes, sun and moon come together, skyval Tao territory, sword traveling the great void, sword dragon slashing the sky, and creation of heaven and earth. The Tao of Destruction sword art was a void sky grade offensive divine powers. Its offensive power was absolutely superior to most divine powers. Moreover, this sword art had a total of 9 moves. Each move was more terrifying than the last. It was enough to cultivate to the virtual sky world without any worries. Although Zhuowen wanted to cultivate the celestial star meditation diagram as soon as possible, he knew that the tempering of the soul was not something that could be done overnight. It would take at least a year or even several years, and he only had 3 months, so he naturally did not plan to temper his soul. After all, the strength of the soul needed to be accumulated. However, the Tao of Destruction sword art only needed to be proficient in its techniques. Even after his rebirth, he could quickly master the sword art, but he would have to cultivate and accumulate his soul again. Therefore, tempering his soul now would not be worth the loss. Sword in the Heart. The first page of the Tao of Destruction sword art was an introduction to this sword art. Zhuowen only skimmed through it casually before he began to comprehend the first move, piercing thistles and thorns. As he continued to comprehend, Zhuowen discovered that the Tao of Destruction sword art was not particularly difficult for him. He completely comprehended the first move, piercing thistles and thorns, in a month. When it was close to the 3rd month, he actually completely comprehended the second move, first appearance of sword light. A void heaven grade divine ability should be very difficult to comprehend, but why do I feel like I'm simplifying it when I comprehend it? Zhuowen frowned. In less than 3 months, Zhuowen had comprehended the first move of the Destruction Sword principle, piercing thistles, and the second move, first appearance of sword light. This speed was too fast for Zhuowen. Of course, he did not think that the Destruction Tao sword technique was simple. On the contrary, when he looked at the first 2 moves again, he could still sense the complicated and obscure feeling from the techniques of the 2 moves. However, when he began to comprehend it, he did not have such a complicated feeling. It was as if the Destruction Sword principle had been simplified during his comprehension. It's probably because of my mental state and 4th level Tao insight that my comprehension ability was affected, and that's why I was able to comprehend the Tao Destruction Sword technique so quickly. Although Zhuowen did not know why he was able to comprehend the Tao Destruction Sword technique so quickly, he knew that it must have something to do with the improvement of his mental state and the Tao insight he had comprehended. His mental state and Tao insight might have gradually improved Zhuowen's comprehension ability. Zhuowen wanted to continue comprehending the 3rd move, but he realized that he did not have enough time. He also realized that the 3rd move of the Tao Destruction Sword technique, Sun at Noon, was even more complicated. Even if his comprehension ability had increased greatly, the remaining time was not enough for him to comprehend the 3rd style, Rising Sun at High Noon. How many days do I have left? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and noticed that the surface of the back of his hand had turned dark. The dark color was like many spots that covered his entire body. These dark spots were surrounded by an extremely dense death qi. Then let's leave this place. It's time to absorb the Tao Insight Crystal. Zhuowen slowly stood up and walked toward the staircase. At the entrance of the 4th floor, the Tomb Master opened his eyes and looked at Zhuowen. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. Zhuowen cupped his fists at the Tomb Master and walked up the staircase to the 3rd floor. Just as he descended to the 3rd level, Zhuowen discovered that Lian Ming's pretty eyes were wide open at the entrance. She was sizing up Zhuowen from head to toe, while her small cherry lips were pouting like a proud kitten. Junior brother Zhuo, did Master give you the gold grade Tai Ching Immortal token? How could Master be so biased? He only gave me the silver grade Tai Ching Immortal token, but you gave me the gold grade Tai Ching Immortal token the moment you arrived, Lian Ming said with dissatisfaction. Zhuowen smiled faintly and took out the gold grade Tai Ching Immortal token. He handed it to Lian Ming and said, Senior apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother will not be using this item in the future. Just treat it as a gift for senior apprentice sister. After handing over the gold grade Tai Ching Immortal token, Zhuowen smiled and left the 3rd floor. Lian Ming was stunned. She originally planned to question Zhuowen and then condemn her master for being biased. Who would have thought that Zhuowen would directly take out the gold grade Tai Ching Immortal token and give it to her? For a moment, she was still in a daze. When she came back to her senses, Zhuowen had already left the 3rd floor. Hey, junior brother Zhuo, stop right there. I didn't say I wanted your Tai Ching Immortal token. Lian Ming hurriedly chased after him. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was too fast and had already left the range of the scripture depository. Moreover, Zhuowen deliberately avoided Lian Ming, so the moment he left the scripture depository, he hid his figure and quietly left. However, Zhuowen did not expect that the moment he left, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who had been waiting outside for a long time, had already locked onto his figure. Zhuowen slowly shuttled through the clouds, silently looking at the great rivers and mountains under the clouds. The Tai Ching Immortal Realm was indeed extremely beautiful. The mountains and rivers inside were spectacular and majestic. No matter where it was, it could be called a great wonder. But soon, Zhuowen stopped. His gaze fell on the front, and his brows furrowed slightly. In front of him, there were 2 young men. Perhaps they noticed that Zhuowen had discovered them, but the 2 young men both showed a malicious smile. You two, why are you blocking my way? Zhuowen said lightly. These 2 people were naturally Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who quietly followed behind Zhuowen. It was not until they came to this uninhabited place that the 2 slowly appeared in front of Zhuowen. What's the matter? You're Zhuowen, right? I heard you call the 2 of us flies before, right? I think you should apologize for your mouth. Yang Tong sneered at the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen stared faintly at Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, whose faces were full of malicious intentions, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, Apologize? Why should I apologize? Was what I said before wrong? The 2 of you are really sticking to me like flies, aren't you? Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's faces were slightly stagnant, and then their faces turned red with rage. Zhuowen's words completely angered them. Zhuowen, if you had apologized and begged for mercy, we would have just taught you a lesson. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you end up with a broken arm or a broken leg. Yang Tong's eyes were full of ferocity, but before he finished speaking, a broken arm flew past his eyes and then fell to the ground. Yang Tong was taken aback, and then he felt a pain in his right arm. He subconsciously looked at his right arm and found that it was empty. He immediately knew that the broken arm was his. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing not far behind Yang Tong. His right hand formed a sword finger, and milky white sword light gushed out from his fingertips. It was he who quickly cut off Yang Tong's right arm the moment he spoke. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. If you're wise, retreat now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you before. Zhuowen said coldly. Yang Tong and Bai Shuang were not stronger than Yang Yi. On the contrary, one of them was only a mid-stage heavenly god. Not to mention that Zhuowen had comprehended the void heaven-grade divine ability, the Tao-destroying sword art. Even without the Tao-destroying sword art, Zhuowen was not afraid of these two. How dare you? Yang Tong's eyes widened, and he immediately urged his star divine force to stop the blood from flowing out of his severed right arm. Then he took out a 2-foot 8-inch small sword from his sleeve. How dare you sneak attack me? Today, I will completely destroy you. Even if you are a disciple of the Grand Pure One, you can't save you. Yang Tong was on the verge of rage. He did not consider the fact that Zhuowen had cut off his right arm so easily. Now, he only wanted to kill Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the early stage of the heavenly god realm. Yang Tong only thought that he had been careless, allowing Zhuowen to take advantage of him. He did not think that Zhuowen had the strength to confront him head-on. However, Bai Shuang was much more rational than Yang Tong. She took a few steps back and transmitted her voice to Yang Tong. Brother Yang, this Zhuowen is not simple. We'd better not provoke him. Let's retreat. Unfortunately, Yang Tong did not pay attention to Bai Shuang's reminder at all. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and rushed toward Zhuowen like a stream of light. At the same time, Yang Tong held the small sword in his left hand and gently slashed from top to bottom. Suddenly, a wisp of aurora-like sword chi swept across the air. Its speed was extremely fast. Aurora sword art. Yang Tong roared with red eyes. Zhuowen's eyes were dignified. He could see at a glance that the small sword in Yang Tong's hand was not simple. It was likely to be a complete heavenly god tool. Generally speaking, there were very few heavenly god tools in the early stage heavenly god tool. Only when they reached the middle stage heavenly god tool, or even a late stage heavenly god tool, would they have the ability to customize their own heavenly god tool. Zhuowen originally planned to refine the blood-splashing 5 steps into his own heavenly god tool, but that was to wait until he completely possessed the young body. Now, he did not have a heavenly god tool at all. Both Yang Tong and Bai Shuang should have a heavenly god tool. Zhuowen was actually at an innate disadvantage facing these two people. Seeing Yang Tong taking out a heavenly god tool to attack Zhuowen, Bai Shuang hesitated for a moment and also took out a heavenly god tool level axe. She joined forces with Yang Tong to attack Zhuowen. For a time, the sky was filled with axe shadows. Now he and Yang Tong were grasshoppers on the same line. Whether he took action or not, once Zhuowen died, he would be regarded as an accomplice. So he simply took action to kill Zhuowen. Chapter 1900. Blood-killing command staring at the axe shadow and sword chi. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. He stepped back with his right foot, and then invisible ripples spread out from the soles of his feet. Whoosh! Zhuowen did not retreat, but moved forward. The milky white light on his right hand's finger became more and more blazing. Then, Zhuowen's right hand moved forward, using his finger instead of the divine sword to perform the first move of the Tao-destroying sword technique, sword-piercing thorns. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, invisible sword shadows swept out from Zhuowen's finger. These sword shadows were like swimming fish, transforming into sharp thorns in front of Zhuowen. These thorns were constantly spiraling, as if there were countless spaces inside. They instantly enveloped the axe shadow and sword chi completely. Bang! 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 Soon after, Zhuowen discovered with astonishment that the might of the sword-piercing thistles was beyond his imagination. The sword chi and the axe silhouette from the heavenly divine artifact were actually completely distorted and annihilated by the thistles. What kind of divine ability is this? Looking at the sword chi and axe shadow that were annihilated in an instant, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's faces changed slightly. However, after the terrifying thorns annihilated the axe shadow and sword chi, they continued to rotate and grow toward the two. Damn it! Explosion sword technique explode. Sky raising axe shadow. The sword-piercing thorns was too powerful. forcing Yang Tong and Bai Shuang to use all their strength. Both of them used their strongest divine abilities. Boom! Yang Tong's explosion sword technique was extremely powerful. He casually swung his sword, and the sword chi that he swung out was like a terrifying bomb, constantly exploding. Wherever the sword chi passed, there was almost no intact space. Naturally, the oncoming thorns disappeared along with it. Bai Shuang leaped up, raised the giant axe above her head with both hands, and slammed it on the ground. Then, she smashed the giant axe hard on the thorns. Above the giant axe, countless energy converged into a huge axe shadow. The axe shadow was extremely huge. Its shape was like a mountain that penetrated the sky. The moment it smashed down, it seemed that the whole sky was collapsing, annihilating a large area of thorns. The two of them worked well together, wiping out all the thorns in the surroundings. Just as the two of them were about to continue their search for Zhuowen, a figure swiftly flew over and appeared above them. Zhuowen pointed out with his sword finger once again and executed the sword-piercing thistles. The swift and fierce sword chi transformed into dense and enormous thistles. At the same time, he silently fused the energy of his first-level Dao insight into the thistles, causing their might to increase by more than 2 times. You want to use the same move again? What a joke. This trick won't work on us. Yang Tong sneered and nodded to Bai Shuang. Once again, he made the same move as before, intending to meet the thorny sword. But soon, the two felt that something was wrong. When the sword thorns just crushed down, Yang Tong's blasting sword technique and Bai Shuang's heaven-raising axe shadow were suddenly crushed. They couldn't hold on for a long time. The two spat out blood and flew out. The moment the two flew back, Zhuowen stomped his right foot, turned into a shadow, and swept above the two. The sword fingers of his right hand pointed twice in succession, and immediately, 2 sharp sword chi swept towards Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. Puchi! These 2 sword chi, Zhuowen deliberately deviated and did not sweep towards the two's vital parts. Instead, they passed through their dantian. 2 flowers of blood spurted out from the two's dantian. Then, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang both fell from the clouds into a valley. Zhuowen slowly floated above the valley. He looked down coldly at Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who were lying in the valley, and said, "I have no enmity with the two of you. At most, it's just a quarrel. You want to join forces to kill me? Isn't that too much?" Yang Tong and Bai Shuang struggled to get up and covered their dantian. Their faces were ugly. They knew that Zhuowen deliberately pierced their dantian with the 2 sword chi. Now they could clearly feel that there were 2 terrifying sword chis lingering in their dantian. These 2 sword chis were lingering in their dantian and were preventing their star energy from fusing with their divine soul to form star god power. They could clearly feel a sense of powerlessness. You still haven't taken out the sword chi in our dantian? Do you want to destroy our foundation? Yang Tong shouted angrily with an ugly face. Although the dantian of a cultivator was no longer as fragile as before after being promoted to the heavenly god realm, the dantian still played the role of the energy center in the cultivator's body. It was just that the dantian was no longer a place to hold energy, but an important place to transport energy. The most important thing for a heavenly god was to refine the star force of the planet. It was impossible for the dantian to hold a huge planet, but the dantian of a heavenly god could establish a special connection with the planet. It was like a transit station, absorbing the star force of the planet and transporting it to the divine soul to combine with the divine soul to form star god power. Once the dantian of a heavenly god was destroyed, although it was not life-threatening, it would cut off the star force transmitted from the planet. As a result, the star god power in the heavenly god's body would lose its source, resulting in a sense of powerlessness. Moreover, when the dantian was destroyed, it could be repaired with the heavenly god power, but the time and price required were extremely huge. This price was not something an ordinary heavenly god could bear. Brother Zhua, we were blinded by greed and offended you. I hope that on account of the fact that we are disciples of 9 Firmaments Palace, you will let us off. How about we let bygones be bygones? Bai Shuang hastily said. Zhuan looked down at Yang Tong and Bai Shuang and pointed his sword finger. Immediately, Bai Shuang and Yang Tong showed a painful expression. Immediately, the two of them clearly felt the sword chi in their dantian explode. The energy produced by the explosion completely tore their dantian apart. However, Zhuan controlled his strength and only tore their dantian apart. It did not cause too much damage to their internal organs. Although the two of them showed murderous intent towards Zhuan had just arrived in the Taiching Wonderland. He did not want to cause too much trouble. Destroying their dantian was just a warning to them. After all, when the dantian of a heavenly god was destroyed, it could still be repaired, but the price was quite high. As long as they were alive, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's cultivation would naturally be restored. This is a small lesson for you. I hope that next time, you can open your eyes and not bite anyone you see. After saying that, Zhuan did not bother to pay attention to Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. He stomped his right foot and left the valley. That bastard! How dare he destroy my dantian? That damn bastard! Yang Tong hammered the ground with his right hand, his eyes full of resentment. Bai Shuang smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yang, forget it. It's good that Zhuo won't let us live. After we return to the Ninth Heaven Palace, we can still restore our dantian in 100 years. Before Bai Shuang finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yang Tong. He took out a blood-red token and said coldly, I won't let that bastard off so easily. Blood-killing token? Brother Yang, how do you have such a thing? Bai Shuang's pupils shrank as she said in disbelief. The blood-killing token was a killing token issued by the Blood Temple in the Taiching Wonderland. The Blood Temple's reputation in the Taiching Wonderland was not very good, because the Divine Blood Hall was a power that specialized in nurturing assassins. Moreover, it carried out the naked law of the jungle. Only the strong could live in the Divine Blood Hall, and the weak had to die. The weak couldn't survive in the Divine Blood Hall. Therefore, the assassins who came out of the Blood Temple were extremely bloodthirsty and terrifying. In the Taiching Wonderland, few cultivators would provoke the assassins of the Blood Temple. Moreover, the Blood Temple's ranking in the Taiching Wonderland was not low. It could be ranked in the top 20. The blood-killing token was a marketing method of the Blood Temple. Those who could get the blood-killing token had to spend a lot of money to buy it from the Blood Temple. Moreover, any cultivator who had the blood-killing token could write the name of the person they wanted to kill on the token with their blood essence. The name on the blood kill token would be endlessly pursued by the assassins of the Blood God Temple until that person died. Only then would the assassins stop beheading them. Bai Shuang said hesitantly, Brother Yang, isn't it too much to use the blood-killing token to chase Zhuo? After all, we don't have a death feud with him. Yang Tong snorted coldly and said, Destroying my dantian is like killing me. It's not too much to use the blood-killing token. With that, Yang Tong bit his thumb and then slowly wrote Zhuo Wen's name on the surface of the blood-killing token. Hua! As soon as Zhuo Wen's name was written, the blood-killing token emitted an extremely blazing bloody light. The two words Zhuo Wen written with Yang Tong's blood essence slowly sank into the blood-killing token. The bloody light kept squirming and finally formed the phantom of a blood-robed man. The blood-robed man glanced at Yang Tong and said, Are you sure you want to use the blood-killing token? And the person you want to kill is this person? Yang Tong said hatefully, I'm sure. Help me kill this person. The blood-robed man nodded and immediately collapsed into countless bloody lights. The blood-killing token suddenly broke through the air, rushed out of the valley, and rushed in the direction of Zhuo Wen's departure. Its speed was extremely fast. Zhuo Wen slowly flew above the clouds. He was ready to return to the Morality Palace. The Scriptures Pavilion was actually some distance away from the Morality Palace. In addition, Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry to go back, so his speed was not very fast. After all, there were still a few days before his vitality was cut off. He happened to want to use this time to take a good look at the Taiching Wonderland. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound came. Zhuo Wen looked back and found that a bloody light quickly swept over his head. Zhuowen frowned. The sword finger of his right hand suddenly pointed upwards. Then, a ray of terrifying sword chi burst out and heavily blasted into the bloody light. At this moment, Zhuowen also found that hidden in the bloody light was a bloody token. The front of the token was engraved with the words Zhuo and the back was engraved with the word kill. Bang! As soon as the sword chi touched the blood-killing token, the token collapsed directly. Then, countless bloody lines dissipated. Among the countless bloody lines, a very bright bloody line suddenly drilled into Zhuowen's body. Chapter 1901. Killer Zhuowen's brows slowly furrowed. After the blood threads entered his body, the other blood threads that had spread out completely dissipated and disappeared. His body actually began to glow with a rather blazing bloody light. The blood light filled Zhuowen's body. If it was in the night, Zhuowen's whole body would burst out with blood light, just like a blood man. After Zhuowen carefully looked at his whole body several times with divine sense, he couldn't detect the specific location of the bloodline that entered his body. What the hell is that? Zhuowen tried to cover up the bloodlight on his body, but found that it was useless. At this moment, Zhuowen faintly felt an ominous feeling. He was sure that this bloodlight was by no means a good thing, and it must have been imposed on him by someone else. Zhuowen entered the Taiching immortal realm for less than half a year, and there were only a few people he knew. The only ones who had a grudge with him were Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, whose Dantian was destroyed by him just now. I've already let you live, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stomped his right foot and returned. The bloodlight just now definitely had an inseparable relationship with Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. After a while, Zhuowen swept over the previous valley, but Yang Tong and Bai Shuang were no longer in the valley. You can't escape. Zhuowen pointed his right sword finger, and suddenly a sword chi swept out. This sword chi swept a circle in front, and then rushed in a direction. In Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's Dantian, there was still the aura of Zhuowen's sword chi. Zhuowen could follow the aura of this sword chi to track the fleeing Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. Hundreds of miles outside the valley, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang kept flying, but the speed of the two was not fast. After all, their Dantian was broken, and star power could not fully supply their whole body. Now, they could barely maintain the flying state. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound came. Immediately, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who were flying slowly, became alert. They turned around and immediately saw Zhuowen coming from behind with a murderous aura. Not good, this guy's caught up. How did he determine our position? Yang Tong's face changed slightly, and he panicked. Bai Shuang was no better. The two of them were not a match for Zhuowen, even when they were at their peak. Now that their Dantians had been destroyed, their strength had been greatly reduced. If Zhuowen wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was not far from Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. Just as he was about to start, an ominous feeling suddenly burst out in his mind. Whoosh! Just as this ominous feeling arose, a sharp gust of wind came from behind Zhuowen. Then, in a space not far from Zhuowen's head, a bloody hand quickly stretched out. Zhang Xian held a blood-red dagger in his hand. The tip of the blood-red dagger was aimed directly at the back of Zhuowen's head. His attack was decisive and unexpected. Zhuowen reacted quickly. The moment the bloody hand stretched out, he realized that something was wrong. He kicked his right foot and quickly turned sideways. However, the bloody hand was too close to him. Even if Zhuowen's reaction was fast, he was still caught by the bloody hand. Puchi! The dagger swept across the side of Zhuowen's face. A very deep wound directly appeared on Zhuowen's face. Bright blood gushed out and dyed the side of Zhuowen's face red, adding a touch of ferociousness to Zhuowen. Huh! A soft voice came from behind Zhuowen, as if surprised by Zhuowen's quick reaction speed. Zhuowen took advantage of this moment and grabbed the bloody hand holding the bloody dagger with his left hand. Immediately, he pointed the sword finger of his right hand backward and used the sword thrusting thorns. Countless sharp sword shadows shot out, turning into terrifying thorny shadows. The thorns were densely packed, like Boston ivy, turning into a spiral that kept spinning, entangling the owner of the bloody hand behind him in an instant. As for Zhuan, he bluntly used the sword fingers of his left hand to shoot out a foot-long sword light, which violently chopped off the bloody hand he was holding. At the same time, Zhuan turned around abruptly, staring coldly at the figure behind him who was bound by the thorns formed by the sword shadows. The figure was a man in a blood-red robe. He was expressionless. Even if the bloody hand was cut off by him, his face was still expressionless, as if he felt no pain at all. The blood-red robe man's cultivation was around the intermediate divine realm, but the sense of danger he gave Zhuan was even stronger than that of Yang Tong, who was in the advanced divine realm. Moreover, the blood-red robe man's concealment technique was extremely terrifying. Previously, when he was hidden in space, Zhuan did not notice him at all. It was not until the moment the blood-red robe man swept out that Zhuan finally found the traces of the blood-red robe man. If it were not for Zhuan's decisiveness and quick reaction, the blood-red robe man might have succeeded and killed him. The blood slayers must die. The blood-red robe man, who was entangled by countless thorns, looked indifferent. His eyes burst with bloody light, and suddenly his body swelled and exploded. Zhuan's pupils shrank. He did not expect the blood-red robe man to choose to self-destruct so decisively. The terrifying explosion energy instantly enveloped Zhuan. At this moment, the heaven-devouring eye between Zhuan's eyebrows cracked open. A black vortex swept out from the heaven-devouring eye and surrounded Zhuan. The moment the blood-red robed man self-destructed, 9 bloody vortexes appeared in the outer space of the explosion. 9 blood-red robed men appeared in the 9 bloody vortexes. The Bloodslayers are not simple. He's not dead yet. Let's kill him together, the leading blood-red robed man said coldly. Then he led the other 8 blood-red robed men, turned into 9 rays of bloody light, and disappeared into the explosion. Not far away, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang saw this scene and sighed lightly. The 9 blood-red robed men were not simple. The leading blood-red robe man's cultivation was at the advanced divine realm, while the rest were all at the intermediate divine realm. It should be known that the assassins of the Blood Shrine were extremely terrifying. Their assassination techniques were very powerful and could often kill divine realm experts of the same level. Yang Tong did not dare to provoke the intermediate divine realm blood-red robe men because they were a group of murderous maniacs who would do anything to kill. This Zhuan is dead for sure. A late-stage heavenly god and 8 mid-stage heavenly god assassins from the Divine Blood Temple working together is enough to kill any late-stage heavenly god. Even a peak heavenly god could be seriously injured, Yang Tong sneered. At this moment, in the boundless explosion, endless waves of fire spread out. Zhuan was in the midst of the waves of fire. His body was surrounded by the devouring power of the heaven-devouring eye, constantly devouring the terrifying power of the waves of fire around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 9 sounds of breaking through the air came from not far away. Then, Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the waves of fire, 9 blood-red robed men had turned in 9 directions and rushed towards Zhuan, who was at the core of the explosion. At this moment, Zhuan was suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. He did not know this group of blood-red robed men at all, but they tried to kill him as soon as they arrived. Moreover, there was no end to it. This made Zhuan angry. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. An extremely strong, invisible ripple burst out from his body. Like a stone falling into water, the ring-shaped ripple filled the entire explosion and caused the explosion to stop. This is the power of Dao intent, and its 3rd level Dao intent. Where did this kid come from? The 9 blood-red robe men paused. The leader revealed a trace of shock. To be able to comprehend 3rd level Dao intent, he was a monstrous existence in the Tai Ching immortal realm. Moreover, the young man before them seemed to be extremely young. He was probably a disciple that was focused on nurturing in a certain hall. My lord, one of the people behind the leader spoke with slight hesitation. Kill. We must kill the members of the blood shrine. This is the rule of my blood shrine. We can't break the precedent. This kid is only an early stage heavenly god. What can the power behind him do to my blood shrine if we kill him? After the leader finished speaking coldly, he stomped his right foot. He disregarded the waves of fire in the surroundings as nothing and continued to flash towards Zhuowen. As for the 8 blood-red robed men behind him, they naturally obeyed the leader's orders. At this moment, Zhuowen moved as well. He stepped on the waves of fire. Waves of invisible ripples appeared beneath his feet, but his speed seemed to be nothing in the waves of fire. Sword pierced his brambles. Zhuowen pointed with his right finger. The sword light at the tip of his finger was like a real divine sword as it erupted with dense sword shadows and brambles. The sword shadows and brambles were far more terrifying than before. In a single moment, they enveloped the entire area of the explosion. The 9 blood-red robed men were caught off guard. They were immediately bound by the sword shadows and brambles. The leader was much more powerful. The moment he was bound by the sword shadows and brambles, he drew his blood-red daggers with both hands. He spun around at the waist, and the daggers in his hands turned into rings of blood-red light as he spun. In an instant, the sword shadow thistles were being destroyed layer by the leader. However, there were many sword shadow thistles, and they were constantly growing in a spiral shape. Even if the leader destroyed one layer, there would still be another layer. The other 8 blood-red robed men were unable to move at all. They were bound by the sword shadows and could only barely hold on. Zhuowen strolled leisurely. He arrived before a blood-red robed man, and a milky white streak of light shot out from the tip of his right hand. He stabbed the man between the eyebrows in a single moment and destroyed his soul. Zhuowen knew very well that once these blood-red robed men realized that they could not escape, they would definitely self-destruct like the first blood-red robed man he met the first time. Therefore, Zhuowen's movements were very fast. He attacked the moment the sword shadows and brambles bound the blood-red robed men. With the help of the power of the 3rd-level Tao will, Zhuowen's speed soared to the extreme. He pointed with his right hand and instantly killed 7 blood-red robed men. The 8th blood-red robed man realized that something was wrong and immediately planned to self-destruct. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring eye between Zhuowen's eyebrows immediately opened. A devouring power gushed out. The moment the blood-red robed man was about to self-destruct, he was completely devoured by the heaven-devouring eye. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1902. Misunderstanding. This is no ordinary divine ability, nor is it a true divine ability. Could it be a void sky divine ability? The blood-robed leader stared at Zhuowen with an unsightly expression. He had seen both divine abilities and true divine abilities before. However, the aura of Zhuowen's Tao Destruction sword art was so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. Perhaps only a void heaven-grade divine ability could give him such a feeling. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the blood-robed leader. He stomped his right foot, and a circular ripple spread out under his feet. It was as if he was stepping on water, forming countless ripples. Seeing Zhuowen rushing over, the leader of the blood-robed men had a sinister look in his eyes. He crossed his arms and stabbed the dagger in his hand into his armpits, cutting off both of his arms. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-robed leader cut off his own arms. His eyes flashed with determination as he chanted a complicated chant. His chopped arms instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist wriggled and condensed into a 10-meter-long blood-red saber. The saber was covered in blood-red skulls. These skulls belong to the heavenly gods I've assassinated. Today, I'll show you the power of this saber of 10,000 skulls. The blood-robed leader's lips curled into a sinister smile. He swept his right foot up and grabbed the hilt of the saber of 10,000 skulls. The saber of 10,000 skulls whistled through the air. Wherever it passed, the wind howled and space trembled. This was his last desperate attack. If he couldn't kill Zhuowen with this attack, the leader would immediately detonate himself and use the energy of the explosion to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He first glanced at the blood-robed leader and saw the death wish in the latter's eyes. He knew that if the saber of 10,000 skulls couldn't kill him, the blood-robed leader would immediately detonate himself. I can't let him detonate himself. Zhuowen made up his mind. He pointed with his right hand and used the sword thrust of thorns again. He tried to bind the saber of 10,000 skulls in a spiral manner. Unfortunately, the sword thrust of thorns had no effect on the saber of 10,000 skulls. The saber of 10,000 skulls annihilated all the thorns. Seeing the saber of 10,000 skulls unstoppable, the blood-robed leader let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the sword thrust of 10,000 skulls was Zhuowen's 10,000 skulls. 1,000 skulls. And the sword of 10,000 skulls. Zhuowen on 1,000 skulls. 1,000 skulls, blood skulls, blood skulls, even translation. The blood-robed leader noticed Zhuowen's actions and sneered. He kicked the ground with his right foot and landed on the saber of 10,000 skulls. He said coldly, "Do you think I don't know your little trick?" However, as soon as the blood-robed leader finished speaking, Zhuowen revealed a mocking smile. Zhuowen said flatly, "You really don't know my little trick. Otherwise, you wouldn't have walked right into my trap." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen slowly drew a line with his right finger, and the sword light at the tip of his finger instantly grew several feet long. The second move of destruction swordsmanship, the beginning of sword radiance. The moment Zhuowen drew with his fingertip, the sword radiance that grew several feet long condensed into a tiny light spot. It left Zhuowen's fingertip and shot directly between the eyebrows of the blood-robed leader. Puff! The blood-robed leader didn't even have time to react before a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. Then, his vitality was completely cut off, his soul shattered, and the saber of 10,000 skulls collapsed. After the sword radiance passed through the blood-robed leader, it began to expand constantly, bursting out a blazing white light. The explosion formed by the blood-robed leader's self-destruction was directly covered by this white light and then annihilated. "Brother Yang, look, the battle above seems to have changed. What is this white light? The energy contained in it is terrifying." Not far from the battlefield, Bai Shuang suddenly pointed to the white light that erupted from the explosion above. Yang Tong shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It should be a powerful move used by the assassin of the Blood Divine Temple. Zhuowen is dead for sure. Let's go quickly. Senior Sister Jing, Hai should be here soon. If she knows that we are involved with the assassin of the Blood Divine Temple, I'm afraid we will be scolded." Bai Shuang nodded. Immediately, the two of them supported each other in the air and flew slowly into the distance. However, the two of them didn't fly for long before the explosion behind them was completely submerged by the white light. Then, a figure gradually walked out of the white light. The two of them felt something and turned around to look. Both of them trembled and their eyes bulged as they looked at the figure behind them incredulously. "It's Zhuowen. Did this guy kill the 9 assassins of the Blood Divine Temple? Let's go." Yang Tong couldn't help but yell and immediately fled in a hurry. Needless to say, Bai Shuang naturally ran away the moment she saw Zhuowen. Unfortunately, the speed of the two, in the eyes of Zhuowen, was simply the speed of a turtle. After a while, Zhuowen caught up with them and slapped them to the ground again. "Who was the assassin who chased me just now?" Zhuowen looked at Yang Tong coldly. Yang Tong trembled and said honestly, "They are assassins of the Blood Divine Temple. They chased you, but it has nothing to do with us. Our Dantian was destroyed by you. What else do you want?" Zhuowen smiled coldly. His right hand sword finger derived a white sword light and said, "Do you still want to lie? Since you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter. After I kill you, I will ask someone else. Don't kill me. This has nothing to do with me. It was Yang Tong who used the blood-killing token. I didn't agree with it before. Brother Zhuo, if you have something to say, let's talk." Seeing Zhuowen's murderous look, Bai Shuang immediately betrayed Yang Tong. She didn't want to die here with Yang Tong. Bai Shuang, you. Yang Tong's face changed greatly. When he was about to talk back, Zhuowen slapped him, making his mouth swollen. He said coldly, "If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you directly." Yang Tong immediately covered his mouth and didn't dare to talk nonsense. What is the blood-killing token? Zhuowen realized that the token that swept into his body was probably the blood-killing token that Bai Shuang spoke of. Seeing Zhuowen ask, Bai Shuang immediately began to talk about the effects and origins of the blood-killing token. After listening, Zhuowen's face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that the blood-killing token was a kind of killing token issued by the Blood Divine Temple. Once the name of the person being chased was engraved in the blood-killing token, the Blood Divine Temple would spare no effort to kill him. In other words, even though Zhuowen had killed 10 blood-robed people, the Blood Divine Temple still wouldn't give up until Zhuowen killed him. After that, they would send more assassins to chase after Zhuowen. After the blood-killing token was planted in his body, he would face the endless pursuit of the Blood Divine Temple. Brother Zhe, Yang Tong's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Zhuowen's right sword finger pierced into Yang Tong's glabella, directly destroying Yang Tong's soul and cutting off his vitality. Looking at the completely fallen Yang Tong, Bai Shuang's eyes were full of fear. He stared at Zhuowen in front of him in fear, his heart thumping wildly. At the same time, he regretted that he had joined forces with Yang Tong to deal with Zhuowen. How can this Zhuowen be so terrifying? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone against him. Bai Shuang secretly complained in his heart. Hand over everything you have. Zhuowen looked at Bai Shuang coldly. Bai Shuang trembled and didn't dare to neglect. He immediately handed over everything on his body, even his divine-level axe. After Zhuowen casually put away Bai Shuang's things, he leaned over and put away Yang Tong's spirit ring. Then, he casually checked Yang Tong's spirit ring and found a lot of divine stones inside. The role of divine stones was similar to that of immortal crystals. They were used for cultivation. However, immortal crystals were used for cultivation by celestial sage experts, while divine stones were used by divine transformation experts. However, Zhuowen wasn't interested in these divine stones. He knew very well that he didn't have much time left, and he couldn't take these things out. Taking out Bai Shuang's divine sword, Zhuowen gently weighed it and nodded slightly. This divine sword was quite handy. The destruction Dao sword art that he cultivated required a sword to unleash its true power. However, he had just comprehended it not long ago, so he did not have the time to forge his own divine sword before encountering such an incident. He could only use his sword fingers to replace the divine sword. Although Yang Tong's divine sword didn't fit Zhuowen, the divine sword was much better than the sword finger. At least, it could exert most of the power of the destruction Dao sword art. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk after Zhuowen put away Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's things, a whistling sound suddenly came. Then, Zhuowen squinted his eyes and found that it wasn't the assassin of the Blood God Temple, but the gentle woman of the Ninth Heaven Palace, Jing Hai, who he met in the Scripture Pavilion. Jing Hai landed not far from Zhuowen. She first glanced at Zhuowen and frowned slightly, but soon her face changed slightly when she found Yang Tong's body lying at Zhuowen's feet. Yang Tong? You killed Yang Tong? Jing Hai was stunned for a moment, and then she stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Zhuowen casually played with the divine sword in his hand and said indifferently, "It wasn't my wish to kill him. He was just courting death. I, Zhuowen, am not someone who would stir up trouble. I believe that senior sister Jing Hai is a reasonable person." Bullsh asterisk T. You killed a disciple of the Ninth Heaven Palace, and you want me to be reasonable? You are despicable and disgusting. Then, Jing Hai took a step and rushed toward Zhuowen. She didn't even listen to Zhuowen's explanation and attacked. Sword-piercing brambles. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. He had no choice but to use the sword-piercing brambles again. The divine sword blasted out, and the sword shadows turned into brambles. They wriggled and moved toward Jing Hai from all directions. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step with his right foot and quickly retreated. Jinghai was very strong. She should be a one-calamity real god, and she was even stronger than Lianming. She was probably a real god who had survived one lightning calamity. Zhuowen wasn't a match for such an existence, and he didn't want to fight her head-on. The corners of Jinghai's mouth curled up into a cold smile. She twisted her wrist, and a strange chill surged out from her palm. The surrounding thistles and thorns completely stopped and were even covered in frost. Break. Chapter 1903. Lian Ming was indignant. As he looked at Jinghai that easily destroyed the thistles and thorns, Zhuan's heart sank slightly. Jinghai was truly too strong, whereas the gap between him and a true god was truly too great. He was probably not a match for Jinghai at all. If Jinghai really wanted to fight Zhuowen, then Zhuowen would probably only be able to utilize the strength of a 4th-level Dao Insight. Bang! 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 Countless bits of ice fluttered out as Jinghai stomped on the ground and swiftly flashed toward Zhuowen like a vigorous and furious dragon. An extremely terrifying pressure seemed as if the sky had collapsed as it firmly pressed onto Zhuowen on the spot. Sword light emergence. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he held tightly onto the divine sword with his right hand, and then he suddenly slashed forward. The sound of the blade tearing through space was like the sound of cloth being torn apart, and it slowly resounded out in the sky. At the instant the divine sword slashed to the end, a wisp of sword light that was condensed to the extreme shot out like a white marble, and it swiftly shot towards the space between Jinghai's brows. Jinghai's beautiful eyes squinted as she sensed that this wisp of sword light wasn't ordinary. So she formed a palm with her hand and suddenly slapped out, causing terrifying cold air to surge out explosively. Zhuowen even noticed that the cold air that Jinghai blasted out with her palm actually contained an extremely strong aura of lightning. Moreover, this aura of lightning caused Zhuowen's hair to stand on end. Zhuowen knew that this aura of lightning ought to be the aura of the Heaven Dao that was bestowed upon Jinghai by the lightning calamity after she overcame the lightning calamity. No wonder Master said all those years ago that the more calamities a true god overcomes, the more terrifying their strength would be. I'm afraid the main reason is the aura of the calamity. The stronger the aura of the calamity, the stronger the strength of the true god would be correspondingly strengthened. Zhuowen thought in his heart while the condensed sword light had already completely descended before Jinghai, and it collided heavily with Jinghai's palm. Cold air surged and instantly enveloped the sword light, and then it solidified into a translucent ice crystal. Moreover, strands of strange lightning flickered on the surface of the ice crystal. I thought your divine ability was very powerful, but it turns out that it's just a facade. Jinghai's cherry lips sneered, but her smile quickly froze. The sword light that was frozen by the ice crystals suddenly exploded, and a huge milky white light enveloped Jinghai. Senior sister Jinghai. Bai Shuang's gaze changed, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I soul freezing sky." Jinghai's voice slowly came out from the white light. Then, the white light that exploded from the sword light froze into ice cubes with threatening cold air. In the blink of an eye, the space within 100 feet of the sword light turned into an ice wall filled with chilling air. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the ice wall before it finally shattered into countless ice shards. Countless ice shards fluttered in the air as Jinghai walked out. Her beautiful eyes were coldly staring at Zhuowen. At the same time, her heart was filled with shock. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded her expectations. Although he was only an early god, the strength he displayed was actually so great. It was no wonder that he could kill Yang Tong, who was a late god. Miss Jinghai, you attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong. Aren't you being a little too unreasonable? Zhuowen said coldly. Unreasonable? You killed a disciple of my ninth heaven hall, Yang Tong, and you're saying that I'm unreasonable? You really have no sense of shame. I really don't understand why Venerable Taiching would accept someone like you as a disciple. Jinghai's face was filled with mockery. Afterwards, she stomped her foot and tried to rush towards Zhuowen again. However, a black and white pattern soon descended from the sky, blocking Jinghai's path and stopping her. Jinghai retreated several dozen feet and stared at the sky with furrowed brows. She said with a deep voice, "Junior Sister Lianmeng, is that you?" As soon as she said that, a pair of black and white fishes appeared in the sky. Afterwards, the fishes constantly revolved before finally transforming into a beautiful figure. This beautiful figure was overflowing with immortal qi, like an inviolable lotus flower. It was Lianmeng. "Senior Sister Jinghai, calm down. Junior Brother Zhuowen is only an early god. He's not your opponent at all. You attack him as soon as you came up. Do you really plan to kill him?" Lianmeng slowly landed in front of Zhuowen and wrinkled her nose. Jinghai sneered, "Junior Sister Lianmeng, this Zhuowen killed Yang Tong. He dared to kill a disciple of my ninth heaven hall. Even if he's Venerable Taiching's disciple, he can't do as he pleases, right?" Lianmeng's long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Soon after, she turned to look at Zhuowen behind her. However, she quickly noticed the strange bloody glow radiating from Zhuowen's body, causing her to involuntarily cry out in alarm. "Junior Brother Zhuo, I've been given a blood kill order." The moment Zhuozheng said this, Jinghai, who was smiling coldly, noticed the strange scarlet light coming from Zhuozheng's body. Her expression changed slightly. She naturally knew about the blood kill command. It was a command medallion issued by the Divine Blood Temple. It was a shameful thing that could only be obtained in secret. It seems that Zhuowen has done a lot of evil and provoked some kind of enemy. That's why he's been given a blood kill command. He deserves it, Jinghai said eloquently. Lianmeng frowned and said, "Junior Brother, Zhuo hasn't been in the Taiching immortal realm for long. How could he have provoked some kind of enemy? Senior Sister Jinghai, don't slander others, okay?" Zhuowen said indifferently, "The blood kill command on me was given by Yang Tong. If you don't believe me, you can ask Bai Shuang." Jinghai's expression froze. She looked at Bai Shuang and saw the latter lowering her head without saying anything. She knew that Zhuowen was right. What she didn't understand was how Yang Tong could have such an evil thing like the blood slaughter token, and why would he use it on Zhuowen? Let me explain the cause and effect. Zhuowen came to Lianmeng's side and began to slowly tell her what had happened, especially when Zhuowen said that after sparing Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's lives, Yang Tong still used the blood kill command on Zhuowen. Lianmeng's pretty face was full of anger. This Yang Tong is not human. Junior Brother Zhuo has already let them go, but he still used such a vicious blood kill command on Junior Brother Zhuo. This Yang Tong deserves to die. Lianmeng waved her fist and said hatefully. Jinghai's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. She knew very well that if Zhuowen's words were true, then Yang Tong deserved to die. After all, Yang Tong had used the blood kill command on Zhuowen, which was tantamount to creating a death feud with him. It would be strange if Zhuowen didn't kill him. You killed 10 divine blood temple assassins alone, and one of them was even a late heavenly god. Hearing that Zhuowen had actually killed an assassin of the divine blood temple, Jinghai was quite surprised. However, when she thought of the strength that Zhuowen had displayed before, she quickly believed in Zhuowen's words. Lianmeng wasn't surprised because when the Sky Dao Lord introduced Zhuowen, she'd been told that Zhuowen had comprehended 4 Dao insights. In other words, if Zhuowen could display the power of Dao meanings, he could display 4 times his strength. This was an extremely terrifying increase. It wasn't strange that Zhuowen had defeated a late heavenly god assassin of the Divine Blood Temple. Senior Sister Jinghai, shouldn't you apologize for what happened before? Lianmeng's beautiful eyes flickered. Jinghai shook her head and said, Yang Tong issued the blood kill command on Zhuowen, and Zhuowen also killed Yang Tong. The two don't owe each other anything. What happened just now was purely a misunderstanding. As for the apology, there's no need. After saying that, Jinghai ordered Bai Shuang to put away Yang Tong's corpse and left. How did Senior Sister Jinghai become like this? Seeing Jing Hai's actions, Lian Ming stomped her foot in annoyance. Her voice was filled with displeasure. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Senior Sister Jing Hai is a disciple of the Ninth Heaven Hall after all. Moreover, I killed Yang Tong, who belonged to the Ninth Heaven Hall. It's already good that she didn't pursue the matter. It's impossible for her to apologize." Lian Ming nodded, but she still pouted. She seemed to be very unhappy. However, she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhuowen and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, were you injured in the battle with Senior Sister Jing Hai? Senior Sister Jing Hai is a true god who has survived a lightning calamity. She's stronger than me." Zhuowen waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Shortly after, he said solemnly, "Senior Sister Lian Ming, the blood kill command was placed on my body. It's better if you don't follow me. Otherwise, you'll be implicated." "That won't do. I'm your senior sister. How can I leave you alone? Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on." Lian Ming patted her chest and said. Zhuowen was somewhat speechless as he looked at this so-called senior sister who was much younger than him. He stretched out his head and patted Lian Ming's head, saying, "I say, senior sister, you're younger than me. It's really inappropriate for you to speak like an old man. You'd better stay where you are." Seeing Zhuowen's somewhat shameless behavior, Lian Ming's tender body trembled and became completely stiff. Her gaze was fixed on Zhuowen's body. Soon after, she hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Her charming face was slightly red as she shouted at Zhuowen, "What old man? Your cultivation is much lower than mine, and you're my junior brother in name. How is it inappropriate for me to protect you?" Zhuowen helplessly looked at this somewhat childish Lian Ming. He shook his head and said, "Senior sister, I just want to ask you, have you fought before?" Lian Ming's face turned red. She twisted her hands together and said somewhat unnaturally, "Of course I have. How could I not? Back then, I often sparred with Senior Sister Jing Hai." "Then have you killed anyone before?" Zhuowen's gaze was sharp as he suddenly asked. Lian Ming's gaze turned sluggish. She touched her face with her right hand and said softly, "I think so. I don't think so." Seeming to have realized something, Lian Ming shouted at Zhuowen, "What does this have to do with me killing people before? I'm your senior sister. I have the right to protect you." Zhuowen looked at Lian Ming and sighed in his heart. Even without Lian Ming saying anything, he knew that Lian Ming's combat experience was pitifully little. Even when sparring with Jing Hai, they should have stopped when appropriate. Once they encountered those bloodthirsty assassins of the Divine Blood Temple, Zhuowen was very clear that Lian Ming would be at a loss. At that time, she might not even be able to display the strength of a true god. So. Chapter 1904. Great Sanguine Killing Array Bang. Bang, bang. Blood-colored stone pillars flew out from the blood-colored vortexes. The blood-red stone pillar flew out and immediately pierced into the depths of the ground, connecting the heavens and the earth. Corpses were embedded on the surface of the blood-colored stone pillars. The expressions of these corpses were filled with pain before they died, as if they had been tortured. There were a total of 99 blood-colored stone pillars arranged in a ring shape in the area of 10,000 miles around Zhuowen and Lianming. Moreover, after these 99 stone pillars were inserted into the ground, a strange blood-colored flame gushed out from the top of them. The blood-colored flames grew more and more terrifying. In an instant, the blood-colored light soared into the sky and blazed everywhere. "Junior brother, be careful." The instant the blood-colored flames arrived, Lian Ming's expression changed slightly. With a wave of her hand, she took out the black and white jade stone hanging in front of her chest. Then, she formed a seal with her hand, and the black and white jade stone immediately blossomed with black and white colors. Whoosh! The black and white jade stone soared into the sky and turned into a pair of black and white fish. The head and tail of the fish were connected, and they spun unceasingly. They enveloped the sky above Zhuowen and Lianming, forming a rotating protective barrier. The protective barrier formed by the black and white fish was extremely tough. It actually blocked the terrifying blood-colored flames surging from the surroundings. This is the great sanguine killing array of the divine blood temple. It's a great array specially used to assassinate true gods. Furthermore, the one controlling this great sanguine killing array is at least a one disaster true god. Lian Meng's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of worry. Just as Lian Meng finished speaking, the blood-colored flames within the stone pillars suddenly became violent. They soared into the sky and scattered the clouds above the 9 heavens. The blood-colored flames crisscrossed in the sky and formed an incomparably huge blood-colored kill character. This extremely bright kill character alarmed many cultivators from the surrounding forces. Not far from this place, Jinghai and Bai Shuang were flying silently. Suddenly, the soaring blood-colored flames attracted their attention. It's the great sanguine killing array. Bai Shuang carried Yang Tong's body and turned to look at the huge kill character formed by the blood flames. She trembled and couldn't help but blurt out. Jinghai frowned slightly. She knew that the divine blood temple should have made a move against Zhuowen. However, she hadn't expected that the assassins of the divine blood temple would set up the great blood killing array and muster such a large force. After all, the great sanguine killing formation was a killing formation used against true gods. With the help of such a terrifying killing formation, almost no true god could escape from the great sanguine killing formation. Then Zhuowen and Lian Meng are finished. Bai Shuang muttered. Jinghai clenched her fists. She didn't care about Zhuowen's life or death, but she had an extremely good relationship with Lian Meng. Moreover, they had been good friends for many years. She couldn't just sit by and watch. Senior sister Jinghai, you can't be thinking of helping them, right? Don't take the risk. You'll just be courting death if you go. This is the great sanguine killing formation of the divine blood temple. It killed true god 2 disasters before. Bai Shuang could not help but say when she saw Jinghai's hesitation. Jinghai was silent for a moment and said, "Let's observe the situation first." Bai Shuang wanted to persuade her again, but Jinghai glared at Bai Shuang. The latter immediately dared not speak again. At the same time, the great sanguine killing formation had completely attracted the attention of many surrounding cultivators. Then figures flew over from nearby. However, most of the cultivators did not get too close to the great sanguine killing formation. Instead, they watched from afar. Although the divine blood temple did not have a good reputation in the Tai Ching immortal realm, it was still a powerful temple force that was ranked in the top 20. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could afford to offend. The divine blood temple hasn't set up the great sanguine killing formation for a long time, right? I remember that the last time they set up the great sanguine killing formation was to kill a true god 2 disasters. To be able to make the divine blood temple set up the great sanguine killing formation, it's obvious that the person they want to kill this time is at least a true god. I wonder who's so unlucky. Figures constantly flickered within the blood-red flames. They all wore blood-red robes and large hoods that completely covered their faces. It was impossible to see their true appearances. Inside the black and white fish, Zhuowen stared at the figures that kept flickering in the bloody flames. His eyes narrowed slightly. He discovered that there were a total of 98 people in bloody robes flickering in the bloody flames. 90 of them were late-stage heavenly gods, and 8 were peak heavenly gods. Junior Zhua, the great sanguine killing formation, has 99 pillars of blood. Each pillar of blood represents an assassin. Now that 98 assassins have appeared, there's still one who's probably the key person maintaining the great sanguine killing formation. This person is also the strongest among the 99 assassins. Lian Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She also saw the 98 figures flickering in the bloody flames. However, she did not see the 99th figure. Clearly, the 99th assassin who was maintaining the great sanguine killing formation was hiding somewhere in the dark. Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. 90 late-stage heavenly gods and 8 peak heavenly gods. In addition, There was an even stronger 99th assassin that he had yet to see. He knew that the last assassin was very likely a true god. Such a lineup had far exceeded Zhuowen's imagination. Even if he and Lian Meng worked together, they had no chance of victory at all. Senior sister, can you contact Master? This great sanguine killing formation is not something we can deal with, Zhuowen asked sternly. Lian Meng sighed gently. You also know that Master's way is to let nature take its course. Normally, when I look for him, I have to run back to the Virtue Hall to find him. Otherwise, I can't even see him. There's no way to contact him at all. Zhuowen's expression became ugly when he heard that. The Grand Pure One was too casual. He did not even give his disciple a way to contact him. If his disciple was assassinated, the Grand Pure One would not know. Do you know who we are? We're disciples of the Grand Pure One of the Virtue Hall. Your Blood Divine Hall had best weigh the pros and cons. Do you want to offend our Virtue Hall? With no other choice, Zhuowen could only bring up the Virtue Hall and the Grand Pure One in hopes of deterring these assassins. It doesn't matter who you are. As long as you've been given the Great Sanguine Killing Order, you'll be hunted down by our Blood Divine Hall, even if you're the king of the heavens. A deep voice came from the top of the blood flames. It sounded like countless bolts of thunder in Zhuowen and Lian Meng's ears. Then, a man in blood-red armor and a ferocious mask slowly walked over on blood-red flames. When he arrived, the 98 people in blood-red robes all stopped. They knelt on one knee, as if this person was their king and they were waiting for him to arrive. The man's aura was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen estimated that he was slightly stronger than Jing Hai from before. This made Zhuowen's expression become uglier and uglier. Kill them. The man glanced at Zhuowen and Lian Meng indifferently before waving his right hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, 98 heavenly god blood-red robes rushed towards Zhuowen and Lian Meng under the lead of 8 peak heavenly god blood-red robes. They all took out blood-red daggers that flickered with blood-red light. Senior sister, help me defend. Leave the killing to me. Zhuowen glanced at Lian Meng beside him. With a stomp of his right foot, invisible ripples surged out from his body. Ripples spread out from under his feet, as if everything under his feet had become the surface of an ancient well without ripples. Lian Meng was just about to say something, but Zhuowen had left too quickly. She stomped her foot in anger, but she had no choice but to listen to Zhuowen's orders. She pointed her jade-like hands, summoning the yang fish of the yin-yang Pisces. It revolved around Zhuowen, ready to deal with the attacks of the blood-red robes at any time. The first person to arrive before Zhuowen was a peak heavenly god blood-red robe man. When he saw that it was only an early heavenly god ant, contempt appeared in his eyes. He casually swiped his dagger and stabbed it into Zhuowen's neck. Unfortunately, this blood-robed figure had only stabbed into Zhuowen's afterimage. At the instant he just recovered from his shock, the sword in Zhuowen's right hand had slashed out, and a wisp of sword light that was condensed to the extreme flashed out. Moreover, this wisp of sword light had even undergone the amplification of 3 Dao insights. Bang! The blood-red robe man reacted extremely quickly. He stabbed out with the dagger in his right hand and struck the sword light. Unfortunately, the moment the dagger struck the sword light, an extremely terrifying milky white light erupted from the sword light and instantly enveloped the blood-red robed man. All of this happened in an instant. The first peak heavenly god blood-red robed man had been heavily injured by Zhuowen due to his carelessness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the other 7 peak heavenly god blood-red robed men had already split into 7 different directions. They each performed their own moves and struck Zhuowen. Fortunately, Zhuowen had the protection of the yang fish outside his body. He grunted and immediately retreated with the help of the recoil. The direction Zhuowen retreated in was the direction of the 98 heavenly god blood-red robed men behind the 7 peak heavenly gods. Just as the 7 peak heavenly god blood-red robed men were about to chase after him, Zhuowen slashed out with a divine sword in his right hand. He performed the first move of the Tao of Destruction sword technique, piercing thistles. The moment he slashed out, strands of purple ripples surged out from Zhuowen's body. The purple ripples condensed into Zhuowen's sword, causing the sword's power to reach its strongest moment in history. The power of 4 Tao intense. Above the crimson flames, the man in crimson armor saw the purple intent in the sword with a single glance. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The piercing thistles was extremely powerful after being strengthened by 4 Tao intents. Countless thistles with sharp sword intent spun in a spiral and blocked the path of the 7-peak heavenly god blood-red-robed men. Sword Radiance first appearance. After the 7-peak heavenly god blood-red-robed men, Zhuowen suddenly slashed out at the 90 late heavenly god blood-red-robed men behind him. At this moment, he slashed out several sword radiances in succession. The moment the sword radiances were slashed out, a terrifying white light erupted and enveloped the 20 or so late heavenly god blood-red-robed men at the front. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhuowen slashed out with the sword radiance, the remaining 60 or so late heavenly god blood-red-robed men who were still alive surrounded Zhuowen and attacked him with their own techniques. Instantly, Zhuowen's body emitted continuous muffled crackling sounds. Even though Zhuowen had the protection of the young fish, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He's never revealed the power of a 4th-level Tao intent before. It's all for the sake of creating an unexpected effect. The man in Blood's Luan's eyes sank slightly. He stared at Zhuowen, who knelt on one knee beside Lian Meng. For the first time, he became cautious. He no longer dared to underestimate this cultivator who was only an early-stage heavenly god. Who's that guy? He actually killed 70 late-stage heavenly gods in such a short period of time. Did I see wrongly? You're not seeing things. What happened earlier is definitely real. Moreover, he's only an early-stage heavenly god. That's unbelievable. Don't you see the violet intent on him? That's the power of a 4th-level Tao intent. How extraordinary. He's so young, but he's actually comprehended a 4th-level Tao intent. How rare. I wonder which great being's disciple is he? Many cultivators had already gathered outside the Grand Sanguine Killing Array. They were all attracted by the Grand Sanguine Killing Array. With the cultivation of these cultivators, they naturally saw everything that happened inside the Grand Sanguine Killing Array. The scene of Zhuowen killing so many blood-robed assassins was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. Jing Hai, who was standing not far away, stared fixedly at the scene just now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong, especially when Zhuowen used the extreme method of exchanging injuries for injuries. Even Jing Hai felt a chill in her heart when she saw it. This person is definitely a madman. He doesn't care about his own life at all. Bai Shuang's body trembled as she spoke. Bai Shuang thought that she and Yang Tong had actually planned to teach a lesson to Zhuowen. Bai Shuang felt that it was extremely ridiculous. With the move that Zhuowen had just revealed, even 100 Yang Tongs wouldn't be enough. Junior brother, how are you? Seeing Zhuowen bathe in blood, Lian Meng suddenly panicked. It was the first time she had seen so much blood. For a moment, her pretty face turned deathly pale. Senior sister, focus on defense. I said that you can leave the killing to me. Zhuowen gently pushed Lian Meng away, his eyes filled with determination. Looking at Zhuowen in front of her, Lian Meng's heart suddenly throbbed. She thought of something, and a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. Senior sister, you know that I don't have much time left. This injury is nothing. Zhuowen smiled slightly and immediately took out the purple crystal from his bosom. He muttered, I originally thought that I would use this Tao Insight crystal later. I didn't expect that I would have to use it now. With that, Zhuowen slowly pressed the purple crystal between his eyebrows. With a bang, The purple crystal shattered, and countless purple powder poured into the depths of Zhuan's eyebrows. At the instant Zhuan used the Tao Insight Crystal, an azure-robed Taoist stood with his hands behind his back at the peak of the Hall of Virtue in the extreme distance. Is he going to use the Tao Insight Crystal? The azure-robed Taoist muttered in a low voice. An old man with disheveled hair arrived behind the Taoist and said in a low voice, "Sky Pure One, you knew that Zhuan had a blood kill order placed on him, right? Why didn't you stop it at that time? Right now, your two disciples are trapped by the blood kill array set up by the assassins of the Blood God Hall. Could it be that you're not worried in the slightest? Zhuan's strength is too weak, and Lian Ming doesn't have the slightest bit of combat experience." Sky Pure One smiled and said, "Yuqing, you still don't understand. It's precisely because Lian Ming lacks combat experience that this is the best time to train. As for Zhuan, he's a disciple that I've just taken in. In the little time left, I feel like he'll completely shine with his own brilliance and let his brilliance spread throughout the Sky Pure Immortal Realm. He'll be like a moth drawn to a flame. Although the moth will die from the flame, it'll also be immortal because of the flame." Yuqing was just about to say something when his expression changed slightly. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "The Tao Insight Crystal doesn't just contain the power of Tao Insight." Within the bloody flames, the crimson armored man's expression was dark. Just a small carelessness on his part had caused the death of 70 late heavenly god assassins and 1 peak heavenly god assassin. "The 7 of you, follow me and blast through their defenses. The 20 of you, stay behind and await orders." The crimson armored man said to the 7 peak heavenly god crimson-robed men before suddenly falling towards Lian Ming and Zhuan. The 7 crimson-robed men followed closely behind. As the crimson-armored man descended, he took out a spear that seemed to be made from a human spine. When he struck out with the spear, the surrounding bloody flames surged and roiled, actually forming sinister phantoms of human heads. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the yin-yang Pisces that Lian Ming had set up began to shake violently. The originally revolving yin-yang Pisces seemed to be about to stop from the impact. Lian Ming's pretty face was ghastly pale as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The crimson-armored man was stronger than her in the first place. Now that he had attacked with his full strength, it was only natural for him to cause quite a bit of damage to her. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the 7 peak heavenly god crimson-robed men behind the crimson-armored man shot out crimson daggers from different directions. The 7 powers combined together, causing the yin-yang Pisces to shake even more violently. Lian Ming clenched her teeth and bit the tip of her tongue. She spat on the yin-yang Pisces in an attempt to strengthen its defenses. "Don't you know that the longer you defend, the sooner you lose?" A cruel smile appeared on the blood-armored man's face as he pointed his left hand at the phantoms of human heads. Immediately, the phantoms of human heads exploded and merged together, transforming into a ferocious human head that was thousands of feet tall. It suddenly opened its mouth and smashed towards the yin-yang Pisces. Spurt! Lian Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the yin-yang Pisces. At this moment, Lian Ming had reached her most helpless moment. Tears flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder lightly. Soon after, she saw Zhuan looking at her with a smile. "Senior sister, I've said it before. Leave the killing to me." Zhuan smiled faintly. His entire body began to surge with an extremely substantial purple intent. After absorbing the Tao Intent Crystal, Zhuan's Tao Intent level was constantly rising. Currently, Zhuan's Tao Intent had reached the terrifying 5th level. Moreover, the Tao Intent on his body was still rising. Slaughtering Yellow Spring's finger. Zhuan suddenly pointed his finger. Immediately, an enormous Yellow Springs sea that connected the 9 heavens and the 9 hells surged out and revolved around Zhuan. Meanwhile, Zhuan took a step onto the Yellow Springs Sea. Bang! As soon as he took a step, the Yellow Springs sea surged with terrifying waves. Subsequently, it condensed into a huge finger. Zhuowen took 7 steps consecutively. 7 extremely huge Yellow Springs fingers extended out and shot towards the 7-peaked god crimson-robed figures beside the crimson-armored man. On the other hand, Zhuowen shot towards the crimson-armored man with the terrifying Yellow Springs sea. 5th level Dao intent. The crimson-armored man's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not understand how Zhuowen's Dao intent had suddenly risen. First appearance of sword radiance. Zhuowen swung his sword. The sword radiance was no longer a single point. Instead, it was countless points like the stars in the sky. Countless sword radiances shot out and instantly drowned the crimson-armored man. Subsequently, terrifying rays of white light erupted. These rays of light contained extremely terrifying and sharp sword chi. The moment he swung out the countless sword radiances, Zhuowen suddenly realized that his Dao intent had instantly charged to the 6th level. At this moment, his comprehension had also risen along with the rise of his Dao intent. He had actually completely comprehended the 3rd move of the Dao Destruction sword technique, Sun at Noon. At this moment, the sword radiances had already been neutralized by the crimson-armored man. However, the crimson-armored man was in an extremely sorry state. His crimson armor had shattered and many parts of his body had ruptured. He was practically covered in blood. 6th level Dao intent. Chapter 1906. Purple clouds, purple rain under the purple cloud. Zhuowen slowly took a step forward. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch as he passed by the blood-armored man. The divine sword in Zhuowen's hand was so fast that only a sword mark could be seen. Pucci. When the blood-armored man came back to his senses, there was already a wound on his neck. Blood sprayed out and merged into the surrounding bloody flames. It was impossible to distinguish between blood and bloody flames. Holding the wound on his neck, the blood-armored man's eyes were filled with malevolence. He fiercely swung the spear in his hand. Countless bloody flames tumbled and turned into a huge, malevolent face. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the blood-armored man strangely. He did not expect that his sword strike would not be able to kill the blood-armored man. True gods are different from heavenly gods. They control the power of galaxies, and their life force is much greater than heavenly gods. Unless you have the power to destroy galaxies or completely annihilate the soul of a true god, it will be very difficult to kill this blood-armored man. Lian Ming's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. When Zhuowen heard this, a look of understanding appeared on his face. It seemed that the gap between heavenly gods and true gods was not ordinary. At this moment, the malevolent face descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Zhuowen. Like the sun in the sky, a deep voice slowly sounded. Then a blazing sun suddenly rose. The malevolent face instantly shattered, revealing Zhuowen's slender figure. Zhuowen leaped up and slashed the surface of the blazing sun with his divine sword. Then, the blazing sun was blasted away by Zhuowen's sword and flew towards the blood-armored man. The blood-armored man did not dare to be careless. The power that Zhuowen, who had comprehended 6 levels of Dao intent, could unleash was extremely terrifying. Even a true god like him did not dare to underestimate him. While the blood-armored man was dealing with the blazing sun, Zhuowen stepped on the void and instantly flew towards the peak heavenly god assassin who was entangled by the 7 Yellow Springs slaughter points. The speed boosted by the 6th level Dao insight was truly too swift. Zhuowen transformed into an indistinct afterimage before the 7 of them, and then 7 heads flew into the air. In just an instant, 7 peak sky god assassins of the Blood God Hall had died at the hands of Zhuowen. We're going to be killed anyway. Let's perish together with this person. The assassin at the peak of the heavenly god realm that was heavily injured at the beginning had seen how terrifying Zhuowen, who possessed 6 level Dao insights, was. He knew that besides the blood-armored man, there was practically no one here that was a match for Zhuowen. The remaining 20 late Celestial God assassins all revealed a crazed look as they followed the peak Celestial God assassin. They surrounded Zhuowen and immediately self-destructed when they were tens of meters away from Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying explosions swept through the entire Grand Sanguine killing formation. Gales that could tear everything apart tore the surrounding blood flames into pieces, and the Grand Sanguine killing formation trembled violently. Lian Ming had no choice but to retreat to the edge of the Grand Sanguine killing formation with the Yin Yang Pisces. Her eyes were slightly red as she cried out in grief, "Junior brother!" The blood-armored man spat out a mouthful of blood as he resisted the blazing sun with great difficulty. He fiercely smashed into the edge of the Grand Sanguine killing formation. He looked at the terrifying explosion in the center with a savage gaze and thought to himself, "How is this kid still not dead?" However, as soon as the blood-armored man spoke, a sword ray that carried a violet aura tore through the sky. It pierced through the blazing sun that the blood-armored man was holding in front of him and instantly pierced into the deepest part of his forehead. It then came out from the back of his head and firmly pinned him to the edge of the Grand Sanguine killing formation. This is the 7th level Dao insight. The blood-armored man's eyes were filled with terror. The space between his eyebrows had been pierced, and his soul had been corroded and torn apart by the terrifying violet aura within the divine sword. At this moment, his soul was in tatters and was on the verge of being annihilated. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the explosion. His entire body was surrounded by an extremely dense violet aura. This violet aura was like the most responsible guard, blocking the surging explosive energy for Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the surging violet aura around him. At this moment, his Dao insight had already risen to the 7th level. Moreover, he discovered that after his Dao insight reached the 7th level, it actually underwent a qualitative change. This violet aura that was born on its own could be used for both offense and defense. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Under the protection of the violet aura, the explosive energy in the surroundings actually had no effect on him at all. Zhuowen lowered his head and stared at the blood-armored man who had been pierced between his eyebrows. The blood-armored man stared fixedly at Zhuowen, but there was no sign of life on his body. His soul had been pierced by Zhuowen's sword, and coupled with the terrifying violet aura, it was impossible for him to escape. Bang! As soon as the blood-armored man died, the enormous Grand Sanguine killing formation collapsed with a bang. The 99 blood-colored pillars shattered into countless pieces, and the raging blood flames that existed within the Grand Sanguine killing formation vanished into thin air. The Grand Sanguine killing formation has been broken. This kid actually possesses a 7th level Dao insight. Outside the Grand Sanguine killing formation, many cultivators watched this scene with eyes filled with disbelief. A true god was a powerhouse who controlled the power of a galaxy. Their vitality was who knew how many times stronger than a heavenly god. Even a true god of the same level would find it extremely difficult to kill them. Even if the Divine Blood Hall sent assassins to assassinate a true god powerhouse, they would usually use the Grand Sanguine killing formation to strangle them. From this, it could be seen that a true god was very difficult to kill. However, now a mere early-stage heavenly god cultivator had actually broken the Grand Sanguine killing formation with a sword and even killed the true god who was controlling the Grand Sanguine killing formation. 7th level Dao insight? He killed a true god? Jinghai's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful eyes no longer had the calmness and indifference from before. Instead, they were filled with disbelief. Is he really an early-stage heavenly god cultivator? Jinghai murmured with a complicated gaze. Who is this kid? I've never seen this kid before. After the Grand Sanguine killing formation was broken, many cultivators in the surroundings began to inquire about Zhuowen's identity. Soon, the rumor that Zhuowen was Tai Qingqing's disciple spread among the crowd. He's actually Honorable Tai Qingqing's new disciple. No wonder he's so terrifyingly powerful. His comprehension ability is too terrifying. He's actually comprehended 7th level Tao insight. After hearing that Zhuan was Tai Ching-Ching's disciple, everyone was relieved. However, they were even more surprised. After all, what Zhuan had done was truly shocking. In the Tai Ching immortal realm, there had never been a precedent of an early-stage heavenly god killing a true god. However, Zhuan had broken this precedent. Zhuan landed on the ground with the divine sword in his hand. His face was extremely pale. The amplification of 7th level Tao insight was indeed terrifying. However, the burden on Zhuan's divine soul was still too heavy. Moreover, the Tao insight on his body was still constantly increasing, causing his divine soul to feel a piercing pain. Not only that, the injuries on Zhuan's body were also rather severe. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Junior brother Zhuan, are you all right? Lian Meng came to Zhuan's side and asked worriedly. Especially when she saw that Zhuan was currently covered in blood. Lian Meng's beautiful eyes were red. Her voice was choked with sobs as she said, "Junior brother Zhuan, am I especially useless? It seems like I haven't been of any help from the beginning to the end." Zhuan turned his head with difficulty and stared at Lian Meng, who was beside him. He stretched out his right hand and rubbed Lian Meng's head. He smiled and said, "No. Senior sister, you've been of great help. You're very powerful. In the future, when your combat experience increases, you'll definitely be a very powerful true god." This time, Lian Meng didn't reject Zhuan's rubbing of her head. She only lowered her head, but her eyes were filled with determination. In the future, she would definitely cultivate seriously. She would definitely not be a burden to others. However, Zhuan's right hand quickly stiffened because an illusory voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He wasn't unfamiliar with this voice because the owner of this voice was his master, Tai Ching. "Zhuan, do you want to experience the power of the void sky? When the power of the void sky and Tao insight are combined, the power that can be produced. Do you not want to experience it?" Zhuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He withdrew his right hand and silently looked at his right hand that was covered in blood. He silently said in his heart, "The power of the void sky. Zhuan, this is the last thing I can do for you. The instant your Tao insight rushes to the 8th level, the power of the void sky within the Tao insight crystal will be completely passed on to you. Do you want to experience it? Right now, you still have a choice. Although your Tao insight is already forcefully rushed to the 7th level, I can still stop it. Moreover, you won't lose your mind. Your vitality can still hold on for a period of time. But when your Tao insight completely charges to the 8th level, the power of the void sky will erupt, and it's already a power that can't be controlled. You can only be forced to forcefully comprehend the 9th level Tao insight and release a trace of 9th level Tao insight." Tai Ching's voice was still illusory, and it was utterly impossible to discern exactly where this voice came from. However, Zhuan knew that Tai Ching was surely looking at him at this moment and was waiting for him to make a decision. Lian Meng noticed Zhuan withdrawing his right hand, and she couldn't help but raise her beautiful head and look at Zhuan with a puzzled expression. "The power of the void sky, 9th level Tao insight," Zhuan muttered in a low voice. Yet his gaze revealed a wisp of burning desire as he said, "Those that seek the Tao live in the morning and die in the evening." Isn't stepping onto the path of cultivation precisely for the sake of pursuing the peak? Everyone will die in the end. If I'm able to see that peak strength and profound Tao insight before I die, then would there be any regrets in death? Zhuan slowly raised his head, and the violet aura around him suddenly surged like a hurricane and became incomparably violent. Lian Meng was caught off guard and was affected by the violet aura that suddenly surged, and she couldn't help but retreat a few thousand meters. Bang! The violet aura soared into the sky and transformed into a violet storm. And at the instant this violet storm swept up into the sky, it started to condense into a hazy violet mist. The violet mist slowly surged, and then violet raindrops actually condensed within the violet mist. The violet rain fell around Zhuowen and slowly transformed into a violet stream, and a profound aura filled Zhuowen's body. It was as if at this moment, Zhuowen was like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and his celestial aura filled the heavens. Violet aura turning into violet mist, violet rain beneath violet mist. Could this be the legendary 8th level Dao insight? Everyone's gazes were fixed on the figure that was enveloped by the violet rain. At this moment, everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped, and they were even able to hear their own rapid heartbeats. Jinghai's heart was even more turbulent, and it was difficult for him to calm down. The power of the void sky. Chapter 1907. The name of Yuan silently sensed the violent power of Dao intent in his body, as well as the power of void sky contained within the 8th level Dao intent. He knew very well that this power had been left in the Dao intent crystal by Tai Ching beforehand. Zhuowen slowly hovered in the air. His long hair had already been dyed purple, and his eyes were also purple. He rose higher and higher, looking down at the vast and magnificent region of the Tai Ching immortal realm. Before you leave, let everyone in the Tai Ching immortal realm know the name of Zhuowen, the name of Tai Ching's disciple, Zhuowen. Tai Ching's voice slowly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His purple eyes pierced through the endless space and landed on the Hall of Virtue in the distance. At the top of the Hall of Virtue, Tai Ching stood with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of smile on his lips as he met Zhuowen's eyes. Zhuowen had a thoughtful expression. In the end, he nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and looked in another direction. He discovered a blood cloud in the sky in that direction. The blood cloud was extremely vast, and it was heading toward Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Is that the 10th blood protector of the blood god hall, Shui Yun? That's a true god of 2 disasters. Even such a terrifying assassin has been sent out. No, it's not just the 10th blood protector. Look, there are 2 more figures in the sky above the blood cloud. They're the 9th blood protector, Shui Guillotine, and the 8th blood protector, Shui Tiger. The surrounding cultivators also noticed the blood cloud drifting over from the horizon. Moreover, they saw 2 other powerful figures above the blood cloud. Someone actually destroyed the Grand Sanguine Killing Formation. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Are you the one who destroyed the formation? The blood cloud instantly enveloped the sky. Within the blood cloud, a pair of scarlet eyes opened and stared coldly at Zhuowen. At this moment, the power of void sky in Zhuowen's body was constantly awakening. The 3 blood protectors did not notice this powerful force. Instead, they noticed the purple mist and rain above Zhuowen's head. An early-stage god can actually comprehend 8th level Dao intent. How'd he do it? The pair of eyes in the blood cloud narrowed, revealing a rare trace of fear. The flying guillotine and blood tiger above the blood cloud also showed a cautious look. The 3 of them happened to be carrying out a mission nearby. When the Great Sanguine Killing Array was activated, they naturally sensed it early on. In the beginning, they didn't care too much about it. They knew very well that once the Great Sanguine Killing Array was activated, the person being chased would definitely die. However, when the Great Blood Killing Array was destroyed, the 3 of them were truly shocked. That was why they had come together. Soon after, they saw Zhuowen bathing in the purple rain. Seeing the 3 blood guardians descend together, many people around were in awe. It should be known that they were the blood guardians of the Blood Temple. They were 1 level higher than the blood assassins. Their hands were stained with the blood of many real gods. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He could clearly feel that his life force was running out, but he was willing to let the Tai Ching Wonderland completely remember his name, Zhuowen, in this final period of time. Since Tai Ching had given him the power of void sky, it was up to Zhuowen to decide how to use it. Let's try this power, Zhuowen muttered softly. He took a step forward and instantly passed through the blood cloud above him. Even the 10th blood guardian, Shui Yun, didn't expect Zhuowen's speed to be so fast. When he reacted, Zhuowen had already appeared a few hundred meters behind Shui Yun. Bang! 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 Suddenly, countless purple rain burst out from within the blood cloud. The purple rain was like a flood, completely washing away the blood cloud. When the blood cloud disappeared, a bald man in blood armor within the blood cloud widened his eyes and fell to the ground from midair. In between his eyebrows, there was a hole. Within the hole, there was a purple light flickering. Run! The moment Zhuowen attacked and killed Shui Yun, Shui Hu and the flying guillotine looked at each other in shock. Immediately after, they fled in two different directions. The two of them knew very well that although they were stronger than Shui Yun, there was a limit to their strength. The guy in front of them, who had comprehended level 8 Dao meaning, could kill Shui Yun instantly. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them. However, what they couldn't figure out was how the young man in front of them was able to kill Shui Yun, a two-calamity true god, with a single attack. Zhuowen looked at the fleeing Shui Hu and the flying guillotine indifferently. He was surprised by the power of void sky power that suddenly filled his body. His Dao meaning was still improving, but the speed was much slower than before. There was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of level 8 Dao meaning. Zhuowen looked at the divine sword in his hand silently. He noticed that the divine sword in his hand was completely broken. He knew that this divine sword was just an ordinary heavenly god tool that he had obtained from Yang Tong. Just now, he had only used void sky power once, but the sword couldn't withstand it and it started to crack. It seems that this sword can only withstand void sky power once more, right? Zhuowen murmured. His right hand formed a claw, and the divine sword was split into two. Then, Zhuowen's right hand quickly patted the two pieces of the sword twice. The two pieces of the sword carried the purple rain and shot out explosively, leaving behind a dazzling purple trail in the air. Shui Hu and the flying guillotine naturally felt the sharp sound of the air breaking behind them. They knew that Zhuowen had already launched his attack. We have to block it. This was the only thought in their minds. Therefore, both of them used their strongest techniques at the same time. Shui Hu bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He used the power of his blood essence to condense a huge blood tiger that could shake heaven and earth. The blood tiger's power was terrifying. Its roar was enough to kill any heavenly god, and its claw was enough to tear a true god apart. On the other hand, the flying guillotine took out a blood-red gear-like weapon. He held the blood-red gear-like weapon and suddenly spun it. Then, the blood-red gear-like weapon drew a blood-red arc in the sky and heavily blocked in front of him. Unfortunately, the moment Shui Hu and the blood-red gear-like weapon came into contact with the broken sword that carried the purple rain, they exploded into a rain of blood. The two pieces of the sword instantly pierced through the foreheads of Shui Hu and the flying guillotine, destroying the depths of their souls and causing them to fall. At this moment, the scene was terrifyingly silent. The numerous onlookers were all dumbstruck. Shui Yun, Shui Hu, and the flying guillotine were 3 of the 10 great blood guardians of the divine blood hall. Yet, they were killed just like that. Only with pressure comes motivation. The peak of the 8th level Dao insight, and whether or not I can release a trace of the 9th level Dao insight, I must give myself enough pressure. Zhuowen, who was floating in the air, looked through the clouds and mist and landed on the divine blood hall that was similarly far away. Zhuowen made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the purple rain around him ceaselessly surged and condensed in his palm. In the end, it formed a divine sword that flickered with purple light. Zhuowen knew that a divine sword formed from Dao insight was sufficient to withstand the power of the void. The divine blood hall. Zhuowen took a step into the air, and the surrounding purple rain and purple mist in the sky all dispersed and vanished without a trace. On the other hand, he transformed into a purple shadow and vanished on the spot. That's the direction of the divine blood hall. Could it be that this kid wants to go to the divine blood hall to cause trouble? Although the deaths of Shui Yun and the other 2 had caused many cultivators to be stunned, their attention was still on Zhuowen. At this moment, when they saw Zhuowen explode toward a certain direction, it instantly caused many people to speculate. But even more so, many cultivators withdrew their respective flying artifacts and flew towards the Divine Blood Hall. They really wanted to see if Zhuowen really dared to charge into the Divine Blood Hall alone. Senior Sister Jinghai, Lian Ming had also summoned her flying artifact. She wanted to follow the group, but very soon she saw Jinghai and Bai Shuang, who were also following behind them. Jinghai also noticed Lian Ming. Her expression became rather unnatural. She sent a message to Lian Ming. Junior Sister Lian Ming, I misunderstood Junior Brother Zhuo before. I hope Junior Sister Lian Ming doesn't blame Senior Sister for her actions before. Lian Ming shook her head. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. Let's go up and take a look. I'm still slightly worried about Junior Brother Zhuo. Jinghai nodded. Afterwards, the three of them turned into a streak of light and flew towards the Divine Blood Hall. The Divine Blood Hall stood at the center of a range of bloody mountains. Bright-colored rivers of blood flowed around the mountains, forming a ring-shaped river. At this moment, 10 pillars of blood stood within the Divine Blood Hall. The 7th pillar slowly sank, and a blood coffin appeared. The 10th, 9th, and 8th brothers are all dead. What's going on? A man in a blood-colored robe walked out from the blood coffin. His voice was hoarse and deep. 7th brother, go and investigate. Not only are the 3 of them dead, I can also sense that the great bloody killing formation that was set up before has been destroyed. It's probably done by the same person. A cold voice sounded from the first pillar of blood. The blood-robed man nodded, and then quickly left the hall. However, when the blood-robed man had just left the Divine Blood Hall and was floating in the air above the Divine Blood Hall, planning to fly in the direction where Shui Yun and the others had died, a purple figure rapidly flew in front of him. What's that? The blood-robed man had only spoken a single sentence when a purple sword slashed towards him like a bolt of lightning. His head was immediately separated from his body. The eyes of his head that had been sent flying were still open. Naturally, he could clearly see the person who had beheaded him. The person had a head of purple hair and held a purple sword. An extremely profound and terrifying aura surged from his body. When the blood-robed man looked at the figure slowly turned around. A pair of purple eyes indifferently glanced at the blood-robed man's head. Afterwards, the blood-robed man discovered to his horror that the purple sword in the person's right hand had slashed out again and landed on his head. The blood-robed man's head was directly slashed into two. The energy of the 8th level Tao insight was like a gale that tore the blood-robed man's soul into pieces. Zhuowen put away the purple sword and looked down indifferently at the enormous blood-red hall that was enveloped by countless bloody mountains below. He knew that this blood-red hall was the Divine Blood Hall. When Zhuowen killed the man in the blood-red robe in an instant, many cultivators who had followed behind him saw the scene as well. Many cultivators recognized that the blood-robed man that had been killed was the 7th blood guardian of the Divine Blood Hall, Xueqi. Chapter 1908. Shushing the fall of Xueqi instantly alarmed the Divine Blood Hall. Streaks of blood shadows shot out from the surrounding blood mountains. There were even some blood shadows that shot out from the blood rivers that surrounded the blood mountains. These were all assassins that the Divine Blood Hall had nurtured. Usually, the assassins of the Divine Blood Hall would hide in the blood mountains and blood rivers around the Divine Blood Hall to cultivate. Once someone invaded the Divine Blood Hall, these well-trained assassins would work together and kill the intruder with a single strike. Only the 10 great blood guardians and the hall master of the Divine Blood Hall, the Blood God, had the right to enter the Divine Blood Hall to cultivate. The other assassins could only cultivate outside the Divine Blood Hall. The densely packed blood shadows flickered in the surrounding space like demons and monsters in the night. The cultivators that followed behind all paled when they saw these terrifying blood shadows constantly flickering. Under the encirclement of so many blood shadows, any one of them would die without a doubt. It was impossible for them to survive. Zhuowen silently floated in the air as he stared at the blood shadows that constantly darted around him. He didn't take them too seriously. The improvement of Tao intent wasn't without reason. It required external pressure. The Tao intent within the Tao intent crystal had already reached the peak of the 8th level. Zhuowen didn't need to comprehend it all. As time slowly passed, the Tao intent within his body would reach the peak of the 8th level on its own. However, Zhuowen didn't have much time left. He couldn't wait slowly. He needed sufficient pressure. Tai Ching also knew that Zhuowen's Tao intent needed pressure to improve, so he injected the power of Void Heaven into the Tao intent crystal. My name is Zhuowen, the second disciple of Tai Ching's master. I've heard that the Divine Blood Hall must kill those on the Blood Slaughter token. Today, I've come with the Blood Slaughter token to teach you. Zhuowen twirled the purple sword in his right hand around his waist. The assassins hidden within a kilometer of him were all forced out. Moreover, these assassins didn't even have time to react before they exploded into a bloody mist. They couldn't be more dead. Zhuowen's move was too powerful. The blood shadows that were 1,000 meters away all froze and didn't dare to come within 1,000 meters of Zhuowen. Seeing that the Blood Divine Hall was not moving, Zhuowen slashed down with the violet sword in his right hand. The terrifying violet sword light turned into a crescent moon as it fell down. In the end, it landed heavily on the Blood Divine Hall. This sword was too powerful. If it struck the Divine Blood Hall, it would definitely shatter it. However, when the sword light landed on the Blood God Temple, a huge bloody hand stretched out and grabbed the sword light. Then, the hand tightened and the purple sword light was destroyed. Grand Pure One's disciple? You really have guts. You only borrowed the power of empty sky, yet you dare to barge into my divine blood temple alone. You're simply courting death. A cold voice sounded. Immediately, the blood god temple emitted a terrifying bloody light. The blood-red light wriggled and eventually formed a gigantic blood-red face. As soon as the blood-red face appeared, a bloodthirsty and terrifying pressure spread out around the blood god temple. The blood mountains collapsed and the blood rivers churned. Some of the cultivators closer to the blood god temple spat out mouthfuls of blood and suffered minor injuries. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves. After the blood-red face appeared, 6 rays of blood-red light shot out from the blood god temple. These 6 rays of blood-red light were the 6 blood coffins of the 6 blood pillars inside the blood god temple. Not good. The blood god and the remaining blood guardians have all come out. It seems like the blood god really wants to teach Zhuowen a lesson. The blood god is a void sky rank elder of the Grand Pure One immortal realm. If the blood god comes out, I think Honorable Tai Ching won't leave him alone. Everyone was discussing whether or not Shueshun would attack a junior. Zhuowen stared at the gigantic blood-red face, and his heart trembled. The blood god's strength was definitely not ordinary. He was an almighty in the void sky rank. Even though Zhuowen had grasped the power of empty sky and combined it with his 8th level Tao intent, there was still a huge gap between him and the blood god. Huh, blood god. As an elder, are you planning to interfere with the matters of the younger generation? A calm voice was heard. Then, an old Taoist rode on a green ox and flew over on a green cloud. Beside him was an old man with messy hair. Honorable Tai Ching, Honorable Yu Qing. The moment they saw the two people, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people were in awe. Both Tai Ching and Yu Qing stood at the peak of the heaven realm in Huaxia. They were 2 of the 3 pure ones, and the 3 pure ones were the rulers of the heaven realm. In front of these 2, the blood god was on a lower level. Sure enough, the blood god's expression changed slightly when he saw the 2. He said in a low voice, Honorable Tai Ching, the blood god temple and the Dao temple have always minded our own business. Although the Dao temple is the leader of the temples, you don't have to bully the blood god temple, right? Tai Ching shook his head and said with a smile, Blood god, the Dao temple didn't bully the blood god temple. It was your assassins who chased after my disciple for no reason. The blood god was silent. He naturally saw the blood-red light on Zhuan's body. That was the sign of the blood kill order. Even if Tai Ching didn't say anything, the blood god could guess what happened next. Blood cloud, blood guillotine, blood tiger, and blood pool were killed by your disciple. Many assassins of the blood god temple have died in his hands. I think this is enough to pay the price of the blood kill order, right? The blood god said coldly. Tai Ching glanced at Zhuan and said, I've always respected others and let nature take its course. It's the same for my disciple. I also respect his thoughts. You should say this to my disciple. The blood god looked at Zhuan. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuan waved the purple sword in his right hand. Many blood shadows on the right were annihilated by the sword light. I have heard of the blood god temple. They have done many things in the dark in the Tai Ching wonderland. Every assassin here has blood on their hands. Since I have the blood kill order, I ask the blood god temple to act impartially and chase after me until I die. Zhuan slowly put away his purple sword. His gaze landed on the enormous blood-red face as he spoke word by word. The blood god's face froze, and there was anger in the depths of his eyes. If Tai Ching wasn't here, he would have killed Zhuan with one palm. Lord Blood God, let me kill this person. Since Honorable Tai Ching respects the other party and Zhuan provoked us first, we will kill this Zhuan. I hope Honorable Tai Ching won't blame us. Suddenly, the second blood coffin opened abruptly, and a handsome man dressed like an ordinary scholar walked out from it. His blood-red clothes fluttered in the wind. However, this man had blood hair and didn't have the elegant temperament of a scholar. Instead, he was full of evil. The second blood guardian of the blood god temple, Xue Shu Shu, is a true virtual sky realm cultivator. It's said that Xue Shu Shu condensed the virtual sky bridge in his body not long ago. He only needs to take one step on the virtual sky bridge to reach the 10,000 longevity realm. When the blood scholar took the initiative to volunteer, the surrounding people were shocked. Obviously, the blood scholar was very famous in the Tai Ching celestial realm. Brother Zhua, today's battle between you and me shall be fought to the death. The blood scholar slowly took a step forward and bowed to Zhuan. However, the moment the blood scholar bowed, a blood shadow shot out from the back of his collar. The blood shadow was extremely fast. It came straight at Zhuan's head in an instant. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the blood scholar to be so sinister and attack before the battle even started. If ordinary people encountered the blood scholar's move, most of them would be caught off guard and panic. Zhuan frowned and waved the purple sword in his right hand, cutting the blood shadow in half. He also realized that the blood shadow's true appearance was just a blood python. Just as his attention was focused on the blood python that had been killed, the blood scholar had already appeared beside Zhuan with a mysterious footwork. A blood-red folding fan had appeared in the blood scholar's hand at some point in time. The blood scholar gently opened the folding fan, and countless blood threads swept out. These blood threads were constantly pulsating like the veins in a living creature's body as they wrapped around Zhuan. Zhuan slashed with his sword, and all the blood threads were shattered. Zhuan twisted his right hand, and the purple sword left his hand. It spun around from the side and slashed at the blood scholar. The moment Zhuan threw the purple sword, he waved his right hand, and a thick purple mist condensed above him. The purple mist then started to rain. There was an extremely mysterious meaning spreading in the area where the purple rain fell. At the same time, the heaven-devouring eye between Zhuan's eyebrows opened and released a wisp of the power of time and space that it contained. The power of time and space was instantly amplified by 8 times in the area of the purple rain. In an instant, the surrounding time and space completely froze. It was as if the cold air had frozen a river. Everything was still. The blood scholar was caught off guard and was immediately affected by the power of time and space. Originally, he wanted to dodge the purple sword that was flying toward him. However, under the influence of the power of time and space, his body immediately froze. He could only watch as the purple sword pierced his head. Bang! However, the moment the purple sword entered the blood scholar's head, a blood sword appeared in front of the purple sword and flicked it away. The owner of the blood sword also retreated dozens of steps from the recoil. Juan caught the purple sword and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the figure that held the blood sword and retreated dozens of steps. The person was dressed in plain clothes and was around 30 years old. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. The only noteworthy thing about him was the blood sword in his hand. The blood sword was filled with blood chi and surged with killing intent. There was no doubt that the blood sword had killed countless living creatures to cultivate such a terrifying ferocity. The blood sword of the first blood guardian of the blood shrine, the man said calmly. Then the blood sword slashed out a few times. Blood light burst forth, and the surrounding power of time and space was directly shattered. The blood scholar's face paled slightly when the power of time and space was broken. He landed beside the blood sword and respectfully clasped his fist. "You can't stop me if I want to kill him." Chapter 1909, 1909. Violet sword and blood, sword narrowed his eyes. There was a bloodthirsty light in the depths of his eyes. He snorted coldly and slashed out with blood sword in his right hand. Immediately, a wisp of blood flames shot out from the blade of blood sword. The blood flames were very terrifying. The instant they shot out, they seemed to stretch across the horizon as if they had split the entire horizon in half. The heaven-devouring eye between Zhuan's brows split open again. At this moment, he used the power of the 8th level Dao insight to execute the heaven-devouring eye. Crackle. Suddenly, purplish-black lightning shot out from the heaven-devouring eye again. At this moment, the purplish-black lightning was much more terrifying than before. The purplish-black lightning bolts, supported by the 8th level Dao insight, looked down upon everything. They were extremely terrifying. They were like the mouth of a giant beast that swallowed the blood flames that stretched across the horizon in one gulp. However, the blood flames are not simple either. The instant the purplish-black lightning swallowed the blood flames suddenly exploded. For a moment, the purplish-black lightning and blood flames in the sky began a terrifying entanglement. The energy ripples produced every time they entangled were enough to make the spectating cultivators tremble in fear. Zhuan did not slow down at all as he charged toward Blood Scholar. The power of time and space within his heaven-devouring ice surged out again, completely freezing the space within the range of the purple rain within this point in time. Blood Scholar's gaze was gloomy. The power of time and space supported by the 8th level Dao insight still affected him quite a bit. At the very least, his speed and movements had been greatly reduced. Blood Sword sneered coldly. He could sever the power of time and space before, so he could naturally sever it now. In his opinion, Zhuan's actions were completely futile. However, when Blood Sword slashed out, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sense of stagnation. His next attack was actually unable to tear apart the surrounding power of time and space. The power of time and space has strengthened. Blood Sword was in the purple rain, but he quickly discovered that the power of time and space had not strengthened. It was the surrounding purple rain that had strengthened. In other words, Zhuan's own Dao insight had strengthened. Not too far away, Sky Dao revealed an expression of admiration as he watched this scene. He knew that Zhuan's Dao insight had already attained the peak of the 8th level, and Zhuan was only a step away from touching the 9th level. The moment Xue Jian hesitated, Zhuan immediately swept past him. The purple sword was extremely fast and slashed across Xue Jian's body. Soon after, Xue Jian's head flew into the air and exploded into a bloody mist. Plop! The headless corpse of the Blood Scholar fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the surrounding space-time power was torn apart by the Blood Sword. The Blood Sword's expression was gloomy. He had not expected that the power of Dao insight on Zhuan's body was still increasing. In a moment of carelessness, he had actually allowed Zhuan to chop off the Blood Scholar's head. After chopping off the Blood Scholar's head, Zhuowen frowned slightly. In order to completely kill the Blood Scholar, Zhuowen had chopped off his head and destroyed it so that he could annihilate the Blood Scholar's spirit. However, the moment the Blood Scholar's head was destroyed, Zhuowen discovered that the Blood Scholar's vitality had not been cut off. He was just much weaker than before. In other words, the Blood Scholar whose spirit had been destroyed was not dead. What's going on? Zhuowen lowered his head and suddenly saw the headless corpse of the Blood Scholar, squirming continuously. Then the Blood Scholar slowly stood up, and a new head grew from his neck. The Blood Scholar's face was pale. He glared at Zhuowen with extreme resentment, but immediately retreated to the Blood God's side. The weakness of virtual sky world cultivators is no longer the spirit, but the virtual sky bridge in their bodies. If the spirit is destroyed, the virtual sky bridge will naturally condense a new spirit. However, if the virtual sky bridge is destroyed, the virtual sky world cultivator will definitely die. Bloodsword's face was filled with a cold smile. He continued, "You're only in the early stage of the heavenly god realm, but you have the power of the virtual sky world. This power is not yours, right? Otherwise, how could you not know the weakness of virtual sky world cultivators?" Speaking up to there, a hint of disdain appeared on Bloodsword's face. He stopped talking and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhuowen. Blood Dragon slashes the sky. Blood Sword slashed out again. This time, the sword chi was like blood, condensing into the shadow of a huge dragon. The huge dragon's body wrapped around Zhuowen like a hunting python. Then the dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Zhuowen from above his head. Blood Sword stepped on the dragon's body and rapidly approached Zhuowen. The tip of the Blood Sword in his hand pierced towards Zhuowen's vital points. At this moment, Zhuowen was practically surrounded by enemies from both front and back. However, Zhuowen was very calm. He used profound steps and continuously moved around the dragon's body. Clang! Blood Sword was extremely fast. Everyone could only see a bloody shadow as it pierced towards Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen was naturally not to be outdone. He also stabbed out with his purple sword. The purple rain falling from the sky suddenly changed from a continuous drizzle to a violent storm. The purple storm accompanied the purple storm. In an instant, the power of Tao intent reached the limit. Bang, bang, bang. The purple storm, the blood-red dragon, and the purple and blood swords constantly clashed. Every clear sound that rang out was like a great bell, reverberating in everyone's ears. Moreover, the sound became louder and louder, as if it was echoing in the valley, constantly repeating itself. The weaker cultivators covered their ears with a ferocious expression. 2 streaks of blood flowed from their ears, and their eyes were bloodshot. They could not help but retreat. Lian Meng, Jing Hai, and Bai Shuang also involuntarily retreated. However, not long after they retreated, a gust of wind blew over and brought them to where Tai Ching and Yu Qing were. "Master, Martial Uncle Yu Qing," Lian Meng said joyfully. "Sovereign Tai Ching, Venerable Yu Qing." Jing Hai and Bai Shuang cupped their fists respectfully and said, "Master, will junior brothers will be fine?" Lian Meng suddenly asked. Tai Ching did not answer Lian Meng's question. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Let's continue watching. Zhuowen has his own choice." Lian Meng seemed to understand, but she did not say anything else. Instead, she seriously looked at Zhuowen, who was constantly fighting with a blood sword. For some reason, Lian Meng thought back to half a year ago when Zhuowen had just entered the sect. His expression was like that of a country bumpkin entering a city. Even the steps Lian Meng displayed in front of Zhuowen shocked him. But now, Zhuowen had suddenly comprehended 8 levels of Tao intent, obtained Void Sky power, and engaged in a world-shaking battle with the Void Sky, First Blood Guardian, Shuejian. The powerful figure of her junior brother from back then and the little junior brother from today constantly intersected in Lian Meng's mind. In the end, Lian Meng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. "Master, am I too useless? Although I've advanced to true God, my strength is actually inferior to some peak heavenly god cultivators. Lian Ming suddenly said dejectedly. Tai Ching patted Lian Ming's head and said with a smile, "You're still young and lack experience. You'll become more and more powerful in the future." Lian Ming shook her head and said, "I'm not serious enough. I'm not focused enough. I'm not hardworking enough. When we return, I'll cultivate properly. Master, help me increase my combat experience." Tai Ching smiled and said, "All right." At this moment, the battle between Zhuowen and Xue Jian had almost reached a white-hot stage. The violent purple rain and the burning dragon almost dyed the entire sky purple and blood-red. Zhuowen and Xue Jian were too fast. Everyone could only see purple shadow and Xue Jian in the sky. Moreover, they could only barely see them when the two figures clashed. Xue Shusheng stood beside Xue Shun and stared at purple shadow and Xue Jian in the sky with extreme fear. Xue Jian was the Blood God Palace's first blood guardian, and his strength was far above Xue Shusheng's. Xue Shusheng had just condensed the Void Sky Bridge, so it could only be said that he had yet to enter the virtual sky world. However, Xue Jian was different. Xue Jian had condensed the Void Sky Bridge a long time ago. It was said that he had already ascended the first step of the Void Sky Bridge and reached the terrifying level of longevity. Moreover, so much time had passed, so Xue Shusheng knew that it was impossible for Xue Jian to not improve at all. It was very likely that Xue Jian had ascended the second step of the Void Sky Bridge and obtained an undying body. Of course, all of this was just a guess. From the fact that Zhuowen could fight Xue Jian to such an extent, it was enough to see how terrifying and powerful Zhuowen was. If Xue Shusheng could choose again, he definitely would not stand out and face Zhuowen head-on. However, Xue Jian's brows furrowed even tighter as the battle went on. He realized that Zhuowen was getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on. It was as if the potential in Zhuowen's body was constantly being stimulated as the battle went on. Moreover, Zhuowen's every move seemed to be at his fingertips. It was clearly an extremely simple sword move, but its might was terrifyingly powerful with the support of a peak 8th level Dao will. Even if Xue Jian used all his skills and got close to Zhuowen, Zhuowen would always use the power of time and space within the eye of Heaven's Devourer to freeze Xue Jian's body. Although the time he was frozen was very short, it was enough for Zhuowen to retreat calmly. The purple sword and Xue Jian collided once more. Purple and blood-red sword lights poured out like rainbows that were dazzling and colorful. After that, Zhuowen and Xue Jian both grunted and retreated several kilometers. Every step they took left extremely tragic footprints in the air. Zhuowen steadied himself and stared at the violent purple rain around him. His eyes were filled with confusion. However, his confusion was quickly replaced by clarity. The purple rain made him think of the Yellow Springs water droplets. Back then, he had relied on collecting the Yellow Springs water droplets to condense the Yellow Springs ocean. It surged violently and stretched as far as the eye could see, accumulated water into a stream into a lake. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the purple sword in his right hand shook. Instantly, the falling purple rain stopped in midair. Next, Zhuowen twisted the purple sword. Instantly, the stagnant purple rain began to condense and combine with Zhuowen as the center. When a boundless purple lake formed beneath Zhuowen's feet, a profound concept suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen stood at the center of the purple lake. His gaze passed through the lake and landed on Xue Jian, whose expression had changed drastically. "Master, this is the last time I'll call you Master. Although it's only a sliver, I'm sure it's the concept of the 9th level Dao insight that you want." Zhuowen's calm voice slowly resounded in the center of the purple lake. Then Zhuowen raised the purple sword and pointed it at Xue Jian. He then placed the purple sword under the surface of the lake and slashed upwards. Whoosh! The waves were so high that they could drown the entire sky. The waves were so high that they were terrifying. The cultivators were looking up at the waves, all felt their hearts beat wildly. It was as if their hearts were in their throats because of the waves. Chapter 1910. Legend. After the purple wave drowned the blood sword, it poured down from the sky and landed in an area of tens of thousands of miles around the blood god temple. The countless assassins scattered around the blood god temple were caught off guard and were all drowned by the wave. Their bodies were crushed, and not even their bones were left. The purple wave was like an angry dragon as it poured down, instantly submerging the area around the divine blood temple. The blood mountains that stood around the divine blood temple all collapsed. The ground caved in, forming a huge crater. The river of blood was replaced by a purple lake. Seeing this, Shueshun's eyes were filled with rage and shock. This was the first time he had seen a purple lake formed by Tao intent. Without a doubt, the Tao intent in this purple lake was even more terrifying than an 8th level Tao intent. 9th level Tao intent? Did he really comprehend the 9th level Tao intent? Blood God quickly recalled what Zhuowen had said before. But now that the purple wave had fallen, Blood God had no time to think. Blood God reached out his hand and grabbed the 5 Blood Guardians. At the same time, he reached out his other hand and reached into the purple wave to find the blood sword that was washed away by the wave. However, Blood God's face suddenly turned gloomy. He found that when his bloody hand reached deep into the waves, a powerful force acted on his hand and forced his hand to stop. Moreover, the purple wave contained an extremely mysterious power. The moment it hit the blood hand, it caused the blood energy on the surface of the blood hand to dissipate. It was as if the purple liquid contained countless sharp saber lights. They were densely packed and cut the surface of the bloody hand, weakening the energy of the bloody hand. Break! Blood God snorted and the blood hand grew again. It expanded from tens of thousands of feet to hundreds of thousands of feet and even millions of feet. A bloody hand, like a dark cloud, covered the sky of this area. However, when the blood hand grew to this size, Zhuowen, who was standing in the center of the purple lake, looked at it coldly. He waved the purple sword in his right hand, and the entire purple lake began to boil. Countless drops of purple liquid from the purple lake merged into the purple sword. The purple sword shot out. As it flew, countless drops of purple liquid gathered and began to expand. When the purple lake completely merged with the purple sword became 1,000,000 feet long. The purple sword covered the sky and the sun. When it was unleashed, the world darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. Zhuowen had completely fused the strand of 9th level Tao insight that he'd released into the violet sword with this strike. This sword strike was definitely the strongest sword strike Zhuowen had ever executed in his entire life. The purple sword was extremely fast. It suddenly swept past the huge blood hand and blood god. Then, the hand was blood god. The purple sword cut the hand. Whoosh! After the violet sword slashed through the bloody hand, it continued on its way to the blood god hall that was protected by the blood god. The blood god was indeed powerful. The purple waves formed by the purple lake were extremely powerful. They almost completely destroyed the surroundings of the blood god temple. However, the blood god temple, where the blood god resided, was enveloped by a blood-red energy. The purple wave was unable to break through this blood-red energy, and this was the power of the blood god. However, when the terrifying purple sword descended, blood god's expression finally changed. He didn't take Zhuowen seriously at all. Even if Zhuowen possessed an 8th level Tao insight and possessed void energy, he knew that it wasn't Zhuowen's own strength, and everything was just external things. If he attacked, he could kill Zhuowen in one move. But now, the purple sword contained a trace of 9th level Tao intent. It was something that Zhuowen had comprehended from the peak of the 8th level Tao intent. Although it was only a trace of 9th level Tao intent, it gave blood God a strong sense of danger. He had to be careful. At the same time, Blood God looked at Zhuowen in shock and anger. He could not imagine how Zhuowen had comprehended ninth-level Dao intent. It was beyond his expectations. The purple sword was too huge. When it fell, it was like a huge purple waterfall from the nine heavens. It connected the sky and the earth. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were no fools. They could all feel the terrifying destructive power contained within the purple sword. On the other hand, Tai Ching and Yu Qing exchanged a glance. They could see the sharpness and brilliance in each other's eyes. Junior brother, Lian Meng stood beside Tai Ching. Her heart was beating wildly, especially when she saw the terrifying purple sword. She even felt like worshipping it. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the purple sword fell and heavily smashed into the sky above the Blood God Palace. Blood God did not hold back. He did not care about the energy in the purple sword, but he had to care about the trace of ninth-level Dao intent. Blood style. Blood God roared. A cloud of blood mist exploded from his body. The blood mist condensed into a blood eye. The blood eye was filled with bloodlust. Then the blood eye expanded. Its size was not smaller than the purple sword. In the blood eye, an inextinguishable blood flame burned. The blood eye was suddenly surrounded by blood flame. Then the blood flame spread in all directions. It had the power to burn the sky. Bang! The purple sword fell and slashed at the terrifying blood flame. The purple sword chi dissipated like splashing waves, overflowing in all directions. Wherever it passed, the blood flame automatically opened a bloody path. The violet sword followed the bloody path and slashed into the blood-red eye in the end. Afterwards, an extremely ear-piercing explosion rang out, and the explosions continued to ring out. Then, the area of millions of miles around the Blood God Palace was turned into ruins and nothingness when the blood eye and the purple sword collided. An invisible shockwave spread out from the direction of the Blood God Temple. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The cultivators nearby all let out muffled groans and were knocked back. Some of the stronger cultivators used their own powerful defenses to block the terrifying shockwave. Even so, they were still in a sorry state from the shockwave. Tai Ching and Yu Qing stood closest to the battlefield. However, purple mist revolved around them, easily blocking the terrifying shockwaves and shockwaves from the collision. Tai Ching's gaze grew brighter and brighter. He stared fixedly at the descending, terrifying purple sword, and a wisp of understanding appeared in his eyes. Even though this strand of ninth-level Dao insight that Zhuowen pushed forward with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th-level Dao insight wasn't much, yet to the Sky Dao insight, it was like being enlightened, and it was easy to understand. In countless years, this was the first time Tai Ching had revealed such an expression of understanding. He'd been stuck at the peak of the 8th-level Dao insight for too long. He'd accumulated enough since a long time ago, but he still seemed to be lacking something. He was very clearly aware that he lacked an opportunity to comprehend. This instant was the opportunity and comprehension that he'd always needed. Zhuowen stood on the hilt of the violet sword. His gaze descended onto the sword beneath his feet, and he noticed it had started to disperse. There was only a strand of 9th-level Dao insight, and it was like a flash in the pan. He was clearly aware that this strand of energy wouldn't be able to persist for too long. However, after this sort of collapse spread from the tip of the violet sword to the hilt, it started to disperse beneath Zhuowen's feet, and then it started to disperse along with his body. At this moment, Zhuowen's entire body was covered in countless cracks, and he was like a shattered porcelain bottle that would shatter and collapse at any moment. Zhuowen knew that his time was up. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen's gaze descended on a Tai Ching through the countless bloody flames. Tai Ching looked silently at Zhuowen as well. Their gazes met, and then Tai Ching nodded lightly, while Zhuowen nodded lightly as well. Bang! In the end, Zhuowen's entire body completely dispersed into countless specks of light, and he vanished within the blazing bloody flames. At the instant he vanished, the violet sword that had originally dispersed suddenly condensed once more. The violet sword seemed to have been reborn, and it contained an extremely terrifying aura since the ancient times. After that, the violet sword suddenly exploded, and the terrifying bloody flames in the surroundings were completely obliterated. On the other hand, the bloody eye that emitted the bloody flames let out a sharp howl before directly exploding. Crack! The bloody eye exploded, and the bloody hand that had been protecting the rest of the blood protectors also exploded. The blood scholar and the remaining blood protectors under the bloody hand all screamed as they exploded into clouds of bloody mist. As for the majestic blood god temple, it completely collapsed under this terrifying power. As for the blood-red face that the blood god had transformed into, it was destroyed without any warning. After the bloody face dissipated, a muffled groan came from the depths of the blood divine temple. Then, a stalwart man in blood-red armor suddenly rushed out of the ground and quickly left the vicinity of the blood divine temple. Bang! The violet sword was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pierced into the center of the collapsed blood divine temple. It was like a purple heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. How terrifying! The blood divine temple was destroyed just like that. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Countless spectating cultivators widened their eyes as they stared fixedly at the huge violet sword that was pierced into the blood divine temple. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. It would probably be deeply imprinted in their minds for many years to come. It would be unforgettable, and this violet sword would become a great sight in the future. It stood at the old site of the blood divine temple and had not dissipated for countless years. In the future, whenever someone came to the old site of the blood divine temple, they would talk about the battle that had taken place in the blood divine temple. The second disciple of the Grand Pure One, Zhuoan, had charged into the blood divine temple alone and killed countless assassins. He had annihilated the 10 blood protectors and even forced the blood god to leave his seclusion in the depths of the blood divine temple. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Grand Pure One immortal realm. The blood god landed outside the vicinity of the blood divine temple. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. The blood divine temple had been destroyed, and all the assassins trained inside had been killed. That was not all. The 10 core blood protectors of the blood divine temple had almost all died. He was the only one left. Suddenly, the blood god's gaze fell on a piece of soil not far from the blood divine temple. There, he stretched out a hand with difficulty. Chapter 1911. Rebirth. The person who emerged from the ground was none other than Shuejian, who had been drowned by the terrifying purple wave. Shuejian's breathing was ragged, and his face was pale. Only the hilt remained of the blood-red sword in his right hand. That was close. If I hadn't reached the second step of the illusory bridge and gained the undying body, I probably would have died. Shuejian's eyes were filled with fear. After being drowned by the purple wave, his body had collapsed. Even his soul and illusory bridge had been destroyed. Fortunately, the moment his entire body collapsed, he had a drop of blood in his body into the soil below. Even though his soul and illusory heavenly bridge had been destroyed after cultivating to the undying realm, as long as one drop of blood remained, he could use this drop of blood to reconstruct his life. However, the price of reconstructing his life was extremely high. The strength of the reconstructed life would be greatly reduced. It would take a large amount of time and resources to recover. Shuejian was extremely weak right now. His face was as pale as snow, and his presence was much weaker than before. At this moment, Shuejian also noticed that a terrifying purple sword had been stabbed into the ground where the Blood Divine Hall had been. The Blood Divine Hall had been reduced to ruins in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. There was no one there. Shuejian seemed to think of something. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. The Blood Divine Hall disappeared? It was destroyed? Although Xue Jian's words were doubtful, he understood that his guess was correct. It had been destroyed by the purple sword behind him. What kind of monster is that Zhuowen? How can he have such terrifying power? Xue Jian immediately thought of Zhuowen when he saw the terrifying purple sword. After all, the purple sword contained Zhuowen's presence. Home Master. A surge of blood-red energy wrapped around Xue Jian. Then Xue Jian felt his body lighten, and he shot toward the blood god. Xue Jian hurriedly bowed when he arrived before the blood god. He knew that the blood god had always been in seclusion in the blood divine hall. There was only one possibility for him to come out now, and that was that the purple sword had forced him out. Let's go. The blood god looked at purple sword on the old site of the blood god temple with a complicated expression. He sighed and left with blood sword. Seeing Xue Shun and Xue Jian leave, everyone knew that only the two of them were left in the blood god hall. It could be said that the blood god hall existed in name only. However, the blood god was the core of the blood god temple. As long as the blood god was not dead, the blood god temple could rise again. However, after this lesson, the divine blood hall would not be as arrogant and despotic as before. Master, junior brother, really? Lian Ming suddenly pulled on Tai Ching's sleeve, her eyes slightly red and tears swirling in her eyes, but she resisted the urge to cry, an indescribable grievance on her face. Grand Pure One's gaze was complicated as he sighed. Lian Ming, a junior brother, might not have gone. Perhaps we will have a chance to meet again? Lian Ming did not understand what Grand Pure One meant. She was very clear that Zhuowen's vitality had been completely cut off. In other words, he had completely fallen. How could she meet with Zhuowen in the future? However, Lian Ming knew that Grand Pure One's words had a deeper meaning, and she trusted Grand Pure One greatly. She knew that Grand Pure One's words were not baseless. Lian Ming suddenly said, "Master, if what you said is true, I will cultivate properly from now on. Once I succeed, I want to go out for a walk." Looking at Lian Ming, Grand Pure One's lips were full of smiles as he said, "Since you have such intentions, Master can rest assured. However, going out for training is not just a matter of words. Master will only be at ease if you go out for training after 2 or more lightning disasters." Lian Ming did not say anything and only nodded seriously. Ever since she and Zhuowen had experienced the pursuit of the Blood Divine Temple's assassins, Lian Ming finally understood how lacking she was in terms of actual combat. At the same time, she became even more determined to become stronger. At the same time, Grand Pure One took a step forward slowly. He flashed before the violet sword and pointed out with his right hand. After that, he ceaselessly drew and inscribed on the surface of the violet sword, writing the words "Tomb of my beloved disciple, Zhuowen." After doing all that, Grand Pure One and Jade Pure One brought Lian Ming away, leaving behind the crowd silently looking at the enormous purple sword. Bai Shuang stood beside Jing Hai and softly said, "Senior Sister Jing Hai, that Zhuowen's time is up. His vitality has been cut off just like that?" Jing Hai did not reply. She only looked at the purple sword with a complicated gaze before turning around and leaving. The aura of death on Zhuowen's body was too obvious. As long as one was a heavenly god, one could tell that Zhuowen did not have much time left to live. Even though it was like this when they saw Zhuowen perish just like this, it still caused many cultivators in the surroundings to sigh endlessly. After all, the strength that Zhuowen had displayed was simply too terrifying. He was so young, and he had even eliminated the Blood Divine Temple with an extremely bad reputation. It was very satisfying. Afterwards, Zhuowen's name gradually spread through the Grand Pure Immortal Realm. In an instant, Zhuowen had become a hero that everyone in the Grand Pure Immortal Realm knew about. The cold and lonely outer space had lost all life and was filled with emptiness. It was like a puddle of stagnant water. Deep within the outer space, at the bottom of an abandoned planet, a colossal beast lay silently. At this moment, the beast's eyes were closed as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Deep within the beast's body, In the flesh wall, near its stomach, the blood immortal slowly opened his eyes. His body was filled with powerful blood-red energy. The blood-red energy was like a cycle, swallowing and exhaling from his body, causing his aura to constantly strengthen during the process. The blood immortal let out a sigh of relief. His eyes shot out of blazing blood-red light as he laughed. The blood power in Devour's body is too powerful. It has only been half a year, and I have already reached the early, true immortal realm. Now, my cultivation base is much stronger than Zhuowen's. After this guy is reborn into the spirit ring, his cultivation base will definitely be the same as before. He will only be at the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. At that time, he will be an ant compared to me. I only need to wave my hand to get rid of him. However, I am not an ungrateful person. Although this Zhuowen tortured me for a long time, he also helped me break through a lot of realms. When he is reborn, I will let him recognize me as his master. I will let him live a good life and let him know that he did not follow the wrong master. The blood immortal couldn't help but imagine the scene of Zhuowen recognizing him as his master. He revealed a wicked smile, but soon he noticed a fluctuation coming from the spirit ring on his hand. He was very familiar with this fluctuation. It was the fluctuation caused by the blood substitution pill. Zhuowen has been reborn. This time I will let him know who is the real master. The blood immortal rubbed his hands and stared at the spirit ring, waiting for Zhuowen to appear from the spirit ring. He was very clear that when Zhuowen was reborn, the first thing he would do would be to come out of the spirit ring. From now on, I will wear this spirit ring. Zhuowen will stay in the spirit ring. The blood immortal continued to tease him. At this moment, the fluctuation coming from the spirit ring slowly dissipated, and a white light lit up inside the spirit ring. Then a figure slowly appeared from the white light. It was a young man around 27 or 28 years old. Although his face was not handsome, it was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the young man's eyes had a touch of strange purple, and at the same time, there was a hint of confusion. Zhuowen, I, the blood immortal, am here today. I will give you a chance. Now, the blood immortal cleared his throat, and the true immortal aura in his body suddenly burst out. He wanted to use his powerful aura to intimidate Zhuowen. However, the moment the blood immortal's eyes met the purple light in Zhuowen's eyes, his face froze, and his whole body became sluggish. He could sense a destructive power within the purple intent, especially when his gaze met Zhuowen's purple eyes. He noticed that he was like an insignificant ant in Zhuowen's purple eyes, and Zhuowen could destroy him with a wave of his hand. The blood immortal screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated to the edge of the meat wall, and he was scared out of his wits. He pointed at Zhuowen while trembling and couldn't say a word. Zhuowen calmly looked at the blood immortal in front of him, and the purple light in his eyes gradually receded. This wisp of violet light was the concept that had attached itself to his eyes when he'd captured a strand of 9th level Dao insight. Because he'd just been reborn, even though he'd left the 9th level Dao insight within the Sky Immortal Realm, this wisp of violet light that remained within his eyes hadn't had the time to disperse. Now that Zhuowen came back to his senses, the purple light in his eyes also disappeared. Give you what? Zhuowen didn't care about the blood immortal's arrogant attitude, and his voice was a bit cold as he asked. The blood immortal's body trembled. He would never forget the moment when Zhuowen was reborn and the purple light that was emitted from his eyes. That purple light was too mysterious and too powerful. The moment the blood immortal saw the purple light, he subconsciously wanted to escape and didn't think of resisting. Thinking of the terror of the purple light, the blood immortal didn't dare to have any ideas about Zhuowen. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, you're finally back. You don't know how lonely I've been here for almost a year. Because of this, I've always hoped that Master could come back quickly. I know that with Master's wisdom, martial prowess, and unparalleled talent and strength, you'll definitely be able to bring me out of this sea of suffering. Now that master is back. I'm so happy. Zhuowen immediately interrupted the Blood Immortal. From the change in the Blood Immortal's attitude, how could he not see that the Blood Immortal was frightened by the purple light that hadn't faded from his eyes? And he was also surprised to find that the Blood Immortal's cultivation had increased to the early stage of the true immortal realm after not seeing her for more than a year. The cultivation speed was so fast that it was beyond Zhuowen's expectation. However, after Zhuowen sensed the powerful blood power that spread from the meat wall around him, the surprise in his heart calmed down a lot. Chapter 1912. Cultivating the godly Sylvan looked around and found that he was surrounded by blood-red flesh walls. Below the flesh walls was a huge, oval-shaped hole. The hole was filled with dark green acid. Without guessing, Zhuowen knew that below the flesh walls was the stomach of the infant devourer. Zhuowen frowned. He found that the blood power inside the infant devourer was very dense. The blood power had a strong corrosive power. He had just been reborn, so he was not used to it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot. Immediately, the underworld water droplets burst out from his body and gathered into a terrifying yellow river that surrounded Zhuowen. The slaughtering finger of the underworld had been upgraded to a superpower. Its power was much stronger than before. Although Zhuowen's reborn body was only at the later stage of the sky immortal realm, the slaughtering finger of the underworld was his natal skill. Naturally, he could use it. With the underworld river surrounding him, Zhuowen was able to resist the strong corrosive power of the blood power around him. "Give me the spiritual ring." Zhuowen turned around and looked at the blood immortal at the edge of the flesh walls. She was scared. The blood immortal was scared out of her wits. Now that she heard Zhuowen's order, her body trembled. She quickly passed the spiritual ring to Zhuowen and said with a flattering smile, "Master, I knew that Master would be reborn, so I've been taking good care of the spiritual ring. I have never left it." The blood immortal's words were automatically ignored by Zhuowen. After he took the spiritual ring, he immediately checked Mu Qinxue in the spiritual ring. He found that Mu Qinxue was still quietly lying in the ice coffin. Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. The price of this rebirth is quite high. After putting away the spiritual ring, Zhuowen found that he was only reborn as his original body. As for the demigod body and the mind avatar, they were all gone. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Zhuowen still remembered the 5 void heaven-grade divine abilities from the scripture pavilion in the grand pure immortal realm, and the heaven-devouring I was still growing on his forehead. It wasn't just that. Zhuowen noticed that the energy of Tao insight still existed within his body, and it was even a 4th-level Tao insight. Looks like this Tao insight has been tacitly acknowledged as a part of him. As for the 8th-level Tao insight and the trace of 9th-level Tao insight in the grand clarity immortal realm, it was naturally impossible for Zhuowen to possess it now. After all, the main reason his Tao insight had improved so quickly was because he'd absorbed the Tao insight crystal given by the Sky Tao insight. On the other hand, the Tao insight within the Tao insight crystal wasn't comprehended by Zhuowen, and it was given to Zhuowen by the Sky Tao insight crystal. It was an external object, and it was impossible for it to be brought back along with Zhuowen's rebirth. However, it was not like Zhuowen did not gain anything. Successively comprehending to the peak of the 8th-level Tao insight and releasing a trace of 9th-level Tao insight, because of this allowed Zhuowen's understanding of Tao insights to obtain a systematic conclusion instead. Zhuowen knew extremely clearly that if he continued to comprehend and obtain gains in the energy of Tao insights in the future, then it would surely be much smoother than before. At least he knew the general direction of Tao insights, and he would surely not go astray in the aspect of comprehension. This was equivalent to Zhuowen having a shortcut to take on the path of Tao insights. This was like the path after the 4th-level Tao insight was originally blurry and unclear, and Zhuowen had to ceaselessly fumble about step by step. But Zhuowen had now seen the end of the path and knew the general direction. Even though the process was still a ball of fog, at least Zhuan's following steps wouldn't deviate. He only needed to continuously advance in the correct direction, and he would eventually comprehend the 5th level, 6th level, and even 8th level Tao insights. As for the 9th level, Zhuan wasn't too sure. The 9th level Tao insight was truly too profound. Back then, when the trace of Purple Lake was condensed from all the Tao insights, Zhuan wasn't sure if it was the power of the 9th level Tao insight. But he was able to sense that there was an essential difference between that Tao insight and the peak of the 8th level Tao insight. Even if it wasn't, it should be extremely close to the 9th level Tao insight. Blood Immortal, why isn't there any movement from the infant devourer? Zhuan suddenly thought of something and asked the Blood Immortal, who wasn't far away. The Blood Immortal hurriedly said, "Master, actually I'm not sure either. Back then, this meat wall was extremely wriggling, but it suddenly stopped wriggling a year ago. Regarding this, I'm not very sure either." Zhuan nodded. He guessed in his heart that the infant devourer should have fallen into a deep slumber or was resting somewhere. If the infant devourer was really in a deep slumber, it would be a good thing for Zhuan. After all, when he wanted to possess the infant devourer, it would reduce a lot of obstacles. To possess the infant devourer, I must first condense my divine soul. Zhuan's eyes flickered. Back then, the divine soul wasn't cultivated by him, Zhuan. It was the Canglong Taoist who forcibly merged his divine soul into Zhuan's sea of consciousness. In fact, that divine soul was extremely flawed for Zhuan. Now that Zhuan was reborn, he naturally returned to the state before he became a divine realm expert, which was the cultivation of the later stage of the divine realm. Thinking of this, an extremely powerful purple intent appeared on Zhuan's body. Then, the yellow spring river that was originally surrounding him suddenly became turbulent. At this moment, Zhuan used the 4th level Tao insight. The Blood Immortal also felt the purple intent that suddenly swept out from Zhuan's body. She immediately retreated to the edge of the flesh wall in fear. She still remembered the purple intent that flashed out from Zhuan's eyes when he was reborn. She didn't want to experience that feeling of destruction a second time. However, what surprised the Blood Immortal was that the purple intent that Zhuan released this time was much weaker than before. However, it still had the aura of Tao insight. The reason why Zhuan did this was naturally to guard against the Blood Immortal. He had seen all of the Blood Immortal's actions after his rebirth. He knew that she was born to be rebellious. Once he didn't guard against her, there would be trouble in the future. After doing this, Zhuan took out a talisman that emitted a 7-colored light from the spiritual ring. This was the primordial talisman. When Zhuan became a divine realm expert, he knew that the primordial talisman wouldn't be of much use to him. Therefore, he put it in the spiritual ring. The primordial talisman has already collected 8 types of saint talisman. I only need the divination saint talisman to become a divine talisman. Perhaps I can rely on the divine talisman and the star's meditation diagram to transform my sea of consciousness into a divine soul. Thinking of this, Zhuan flicked his finger. Then, a figure was taken out from the spiritual ring. It was a petite Lolita. However, this Lolita's eyes were closed. She should be blind. She was the holder of the divination saint talisman, Yin Tianwei. Back then, the situation was urgent. Although he caught Yin Tianwei, Zhuan didn't search her. Yin Tianwei, this time I will give you another chance. Hand over the divination saint talisman. After this, I, Zhuan, promise you that I will change your physique. Zhuan said in a deep voice. Yin Tianwei's body trembled. Then, she sneered and said, I don't believe that you can do what Yang Yi couldn't do. The cost of changing your physique is too great. I don't believe that you can do it. Zhuan sneered and said, Since you don't believe me, I just need to search your soul. Whether you lose your mind or not is none of my business. Hearing this, Yin Tianwei's face changed greatly. She had been in the spiritual ring for nearly a year and had already calmed down. Although the divination saint talisman was important, her life was more important. What was even more strange was that she couldn't divine anything about Zhuan. In addition, Zhuan appeared in front of her. She also guessed that Yang Yi and the Divine Realm expert had failed. Wait, I will hand over the divination Saint Talisman. However, you must keep your promise. Yin Tianwei said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, Zhuowen, will definitely do what I say. Hearing this, Yin Tianwei didn't waste any time. She tapped between her eyebrows. Then, Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely obscure pattern between her eyebrows. Yin Tianwei tapped with her right hand, and the pattern collapsed with a bang. Then, Zhuowen clearly felt the aura of the divination Saint Talisman coming from Yin Tianwei's sea of consciousness. It seems that the divination Saint Talisman has always existed in Yin Tianwei's sea of consciousness. However, she used some method to seal its aura. That's why I didn't detect the divination Saint Talisman in her sea of consciousness. Zhuowen pondered. After a while, Yin Tianwei tapped between her eyebrows with her right hand and took out a gray talisman. Here, Yin Tianwei handed the divination Saint Talisman to Zhuowen. After receiving the divination Saint Talisman, Zhuowen cupped his fists at Yin Tianwei and said, "Don't worry, Miss Yin. I will do what I say. However, this will have to wait until I absorb this divine talisman." Yin Tianwei heaved a sigh of relief. She was most afraid that Zhuowen would kill her after she took out the divine talisman. However, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Since you want to absorb the divine talisman, I will not disturb your cultivation. I will enter the spirit ring first. Yin Tianwei was also very smart. She knew that Zhuowen wanted to cultivate, so she took the initiative to enter the spirit ring. After Yin Tianwei entered the spirit ring, Zhuowen integrated the divination Saint Talisman into the primordial talisman. Suddenly, the origin energy in the primordial talisman surged. Then, the primordial talisman collapsed. The origin energy in it began to entangle and eventually formed a white ball. What a pure origin energy! If I absorb this origin energy, it will completely transform my sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, Zhuowen pointed at the white ball with his right hand. Then, strands of thin white silk began to flow from the white ball into the depths of Zhuowen's brow and into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, Zhuowen began to operate the star's meditation diagram. He began to use this abhijna with the origin energy to transform his sea of consciousness into a godly soul. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen had been cultivating here for 3 whole years. Outside the Yellow Spring River, the blood immortal sat cross-legged in the flesh wall. She occasionally looked at the Yellow Spring River and wondered why Zhuowen hadn't come out yet. At the same time, she was very wary of the purple aura that lingered in the Yellow Spring River. The blood immortal had a once-bitten, twice-shy mentality. Even though the purple aura was far less terrifying than the purple aura that came out of Zhuowen's eyes, she still didn't dare to get close to Zhuowen. Suddenly, the yellow spring water droplets collapsed and revealed the figure of Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes slowly opened. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light. Chapter 1913. Possession in the past 3 years. The blood immortal had the support of the power of blood, so her cultivation speed was not slow. She had already reached the late stage of the true immortal realm. Because she was in the body of the infant devourer, the heavenly Tao could not find her when she leveled up, so there was no tribulation lightning. As the blood immortal's cultivation continued to improve, she naturally had some understanding of the soul formation stage. When Zhuowen's eyes shone with divine light, the blood immortal immediately sensed the tremendous changes in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. It could be said that Zhuowen's sea of consciousness could no longer be called sea of consciousness, but divine soul. So fast. Zhuowen's progress is too fast, isn't it? His sea of consciousness transformed into divine soul. The blood immortal was dumbfounded as she muttered to herself. After all, 3 years ago, Zhuowen's Sea of Consciousness was only at the late stage of the sky immortal realm. She could not understand how Zhuowen managed to transform his Sea of Consciousness into Divine Soul in just 3 years. If the Blood Immortal knew that Zhuowen had the Divine Talisman, which was used in conjunction with the Void Sky Level Meditation Star Diagram, she would not be so surprised. The Divine Talisman contained the power of Origin, which had a great chance of transforming the Sea of Consciousness into Divine Soul. The Meditation Star Diagram was a Void Sky Level Meditation Star Diagram that could temper the Divine Soul. With the combination of the two, it would be strange if Zhuowen still could not transform his Sea of Consciousness into Divine Soul in 3 years. Of course, Zhuowen only transformed his Sea of Consciousness into Divine Soul. As for his own cultivation, he had reached the peak of the sky immortal realm. Moreover, Zhuowen found that after cultivating the meditation star diagram, his divine soul was much stronger than the divine soul that the Tsang Dragon Taoist merged into his body. Looking into Zhuowen's divine soul, one could find that Zhuowen's divine soul space was very similar to the starry sky. However, there were no stars in his spiritual space. Instead, there was only darkness. In this darkness, there was only one star that silently bloomed and flickered by itself. Zhuowen knew very well that as he continued to cultivate the myriad star meditation diagram, numerous flourishing stars would surely be born within his soul space, and in the end, it would transform into a galaxy and form a starry sky. At this moment, Zhuowen finally understood how precious the celestial star meditation diagram was. Just condensing a single star in the spiritual space would make one's soul much more powerful than an early god. Zhuowen found it hard to imagine how powerful his spirit would be if his spiritual space became a boundless starry sky. As expected a master, you've actually achieved the divine soul realm so quickly. It seems that master is not far from becoming an enlightened master. I, Little Blood, congratulate master on achieving great success in the divine skill. The Blood Immortal was good at observing people's expressions. He also noticed that Zhuowen's spirit was more powerful than the Tsang Taoist, so he could not help but flatter him. Zhuowen glanced at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said in a low voice, "Blood Immortal, how much do you know about the structure of the infant devourer's body?" The Blood Immortal was stunned. Although he did not know why Zhuowen asked this question, he answered honestly, "Master, I only walked around the infant devourer's stomach area. I never dared to go anywhere else." Zhuowen frowned slightly. Soon after, he said in a cold voice, "Follow me for a walk up there." Zhuowen pointed to the top of the meat wall. Above was the infant devourer's esophagus. Zhuowen planned to follow the esophagus and get close to its head. Then, he would use his powerful spirit to slowly penetrate into the infant devourer's sea of consciousness and possess it. Of course, possession was an extremely dangerous method. Before doing so, Zhuowen naturally had to carefully observe the infant devourer's sea of consciousness. However, this place was the infant devourer's stomach, which was too far away from the infant devourer's sea of consciousness. Even though Zhuowen's spirit was powerful, it was obviously unrealistic to observe the infant devourer's sea of consciousness from here. The Blood Immortal's face turned bitter. He stuttered, "Master, the infant devourer's body is full of dangers. Aren't we walking into a trap?" Zhuowen coldly glanced at the Blood Immortal and said, "So, you're going to stay in the infant devourer's body until your lifespan ends? I can tell you now that the reason we're safe and sound is because the infant devourer has fallen into a deep slumber. Once the infant devourer wakes up, it means that there's a possibility that we'll be discovered by it. At that time, we'll truly be unable to escape." The Blood Immortal was startled and immediately understood Zhuowen's meaning. He also knew that it was not appropriate to stay in the infant devourer's body, but he could not make up his mind. "Master, I'll listen to you." The Blood Immortal gritted his teeth. He would definitely follow Zhuowen. He had followed Zhuowen for a long time, so he knew that Zhuowen would not do things that he was not sure of. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at the esophagus above the meat wall and said, The blood power above is extremely dense. It's too much for me. You take me to the infant devourer's mouth. The reason why Zhuowen wanted the blood immortal to go with him was not because he was kind. It was because the blood power in the esophagus was too strong. Although Zhuowen's spirit was powerful, his cultivation base was not high enough. The blood power had little effect on the blood immortal. Thus, Zhuowen could only rely on the blood immortal. The blood immortal did not hesitate. She bent down and said, "Master, come up. If the infant devourer is really sleeping, I can take you into its mouth. It's not a problem." Zhuowen rode on top of the blood immortal. Then, the blood immortal took a step back and a bloody light burst out from her body, wrapping around Zhuowen. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, Zhuowen shot upwards. In the esophagus, as the blood immortal kept ascending, Zhuowen found that the blood power around him was getting more and more terrifying. It was almost beyond the range that Zhuowen could bear. Zhuowen knew clearly that if he did not rely on the blood immortal, he would not be able to go far in the esophagus. But the blood immortal did not reject the blood power around her. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. Apparently, the blood power was helpful to her. About half a day later, the blood immortal took Zhuowen to the infant devourer's mouth. Getting off the blood immortal, Zhuowen slightly frowned. He could only feel a foul stench coming from the mouth. However, Zhuowen immediately cut off the feeling in his nose. Then, he went to a tooth and sat down cross-legged. Once again, he activated the slaughter finger of Acheron and the fourth-level Tao will, forming a defense around his body. At the same time, Zhuowen's god's soul slowly came out. It went into the infant devourer's mouth and into the depths of its brain. The blood immortal was bored. Finally, she sat on the other side and started to absorb the blood power here to continue her cultivation. Zhuowen sat like that for 2 months. During these 2 months, he had been observing the infant devourer's sea of consciousness. He found that although the infant devourer's sea of consciousness had not transformed into a god soul, its sea of consciousness was much larger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Zhuowen suspected that the infant devourer's sea of consciousness was not weaker than the god soul of an early heavenly god. It's still not the right time to seize its body. I'm afraid that I need to learn the illusory technique of the shapeless all-life. It will be much more helpful for me to seize its body. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he did not act rashly. After retrieving his god soul, Zhuowen started to look for the cultivation method of the shapeless all-life in his memory. The shapeless all-life did not have a specific division. If it had to be divided, it could be divided into 4 levels, which were the beginner level, the experienced level, the expert level, and the profound level. Now, Zhuowen only needed to cultivate to the beginner level and perform the illusory technique of the shapeless all-life. Together with his powerful god soul, Zhuowen was 80% sure that he could seize the infant devourer's body completely. Zhuowen was clear that once he succeeded in seizing the infant devourer's body, he would be able to possess the body of the strongest race in the starry sky. Not to mention the innate abilities of Devourer's body, Zhuowen knew that all his efforts would be worth it. It should be noted that when Devourer was controlled by its master, it had attacked the infant Devourer. Although the infant Devourer was blown away, its powerful body did not cause any damage to it. Moreover, Zhuowen's heaven-devouring eye had the complete energy of its master, which was absorbed by Devourer from the adult Devourer. It was stored in the heaven-devouring eye. Once he succeeded in seizing the infant Devourer's body and absorbing the adult Devourer's energy in the heaven-devouring eye, he knew that it wouldn't be a problem for the infant Devourer to advance to the heavenly god realm. After calming himself down, Zhuowen regained his composure. He began to cultivate the formless of all life. He planned to cultivate it to the entry level first. After another 3 months, Zhuowen finally cultivated the all-life formless to the entry level. He could use a rather powerful illusion technique, and with his current powerful divine soul, it was not a big problem for him to use an illusion technique in the middle stage or even the late stage of the psychedelic god. After everything was ready, Zhuowen's god soul left his body, slowly entering the infant devourer sea of consciousness. The infant devourer sea of consciousness was a golden sea with rolling waves. On the surface of the sea of consciousness, a giant beast with 12 horns on its head was coiled up. Its eyes were closed, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Zhuowen looked at the giant beast in silence. He knew that it was the infant devourer soul. As long as he destroyed the infant devourer soul, he would be able to occupy the infant devourer sea of consciousness. Refining it was just a matter of time. Zhuowen slowly approached. When he was dozens of meters away from the infant devourer suddenly opened its eyes. The infant devourer's eyes were filled with ferocious flames, as if it could swallow Zhuowen at any moment. However, Zhuowen didn't panic. At the moment Devourer opened his eyes, spirals shot out from his eyes like a kaleidoscope with no end and no end. The infant Devourer's body stiffened. It seemed to see the adult Devourer, as well as the enormous energy in its body, waiting for it to absorb. The infant Devourer couldn't help but cry out excitedly. Then it pounced on the adult Devourer. However, when the infant Devourer reached the adult Devourer, a palm suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. Then, the palm turned into a finger sword, with a strange purple aura hovering around its tip. Chapter 19:14. Refining, the infant Devourer sensed the threat of death. Its eyes became clear, but at the same time, they were filled with fear. Roar! All of a sudden, Devourer roared, soaring to the sky. Powerful sound waves spread out like ripples. Zhuowen, who had his right finger on Devourer's forehead, bore the brunt of the sound waves. Under the influence of the sound waves, Zhuowen's god's soul trembled violently. This beast isn't simple. It can still make such a terrifying roar even when it's about to die. Zhuowen's pupil shrank. The purple light on his right finger thickened. At the same time, he released the star in his god's soul. Boom! The massive star smashed heavily on Devourer's body, pounding it to the ground. Devourer had been bewitched by Zhuowen's illusory technique. Moreover, Zhuowen had hit its forehead with his finger, causing it to be severely injured. Now, with such a massive star pressing down on its body, Devourer's soul became extremely dim, as if it would vanish at any moment. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes brightened. He continued to use the illusory technique of the shapeless world to influence Devourer's soul. At the same time, he used his powerful god soul to control the star to bombard Devourer's soul. However, Devourer wasn't an ordinary being. Although Zhuowen had attacked it and severely injured its soul, it was still standing strong. Roar! Devourer roared angrily. Its dim soul suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the golden sea of consciousness boiled up, raising a terrifying tsunami that instantly swept Devourer and Zhuowen to the bottom of the golden sea. Within the golden seawater, Zhuowen's body swayed. The violent water pressure squeezed his soul, causing him to feel extreme pain. It was as if his soul was about to explode. Zhuowen cursed inwardly. Devourer's counterattack before its death was so terrifying. At the beginning, Shiyan had used many tricks to kill Devourer in one strike. However, he hadn't expected that not only would he fail to destroy Devourer's soul, but he would also be caught red-handed. Crash! The water pressure of the golden seawater was very terrifying. It squeezed Zhuowen's divine soul, causing Zhuowen's divine soul to feel a piercing pain. Damn it! Zhuowen knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he didn't kill the young Devourer's soul and let it drag him into the depths of the golden sea, he would die without a doubt. Explode! As a last resort, Zhuowen had no choice but to detonate the stars that he had painstakingly cultivated from the star's meditation diagram. After the stars that were pressing down on Soul Devourer's infant body exploded, the tremendous energy shrouded Soul Devourer. The young Devourer didn't even have time to react before his soul exploded into pieces. On the other hand, Zhuowen's spirit became extremely dim, like an illusory shadow that could disappear at any moment. That star was Zhuowen's foundation. Now that Zhuowen had detonated it, Zhuowen's divine soul was severely damaged. However, Zhuowen knew that if he could successfully destroy Devour's soul, everything he had done would be worth it. At this moment, Zhuowen's spirit had already broken free from the young Devour's shackles. Zhuowen retreated dozens of meters, looking at the young Devour soul that was shrouded by the exploding stars. His eyes were as calm as water. The infant Devour soul was becoming more and more illusory. Then, it shattered into numerous fragments. However, when Devour's soul shattered into countless fragments and was about to be annihilated, a golden chain suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The golden chain was extremely fast. In an instant, it wrapped around Zhuowen's spirit and tightened. After releasing the golden chain, the young Devour's soul completely dissipated. All that was left was an extremely unwilling roar that continuously reverberated within the golden seawater. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he was bound by the golden chain and couldn't move at all. He kept sinking into the depths of the golden sea. The golden sea was Devour's spirit sea. Zhuowen didn't know how deep the golden sea was, but he bitterly discovered that the pressure around the golden sea was becoming more and more terrifying. He was very clear that when he sank to a certain depth, the powerful pressure was enough to make his soul vanish into thin air. I was too careless. I didn't expect that Devour would use such a trick at the last moment. It wants to perish together with me. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and said unwillingly, I can't just sit and wait for death. Since the golden sea's pressure is stronger the deeper I go, as long as my spirit becomes stronger, it won't be a big problem. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. He then released his fourth-level Tao intent and the space-time force from the Heaven Devourer Eye. With the support of the fourth-level Tao intent, the space-time force's power increased greatly, and it slowed down Zhuowen's sinking speed. Although Zhuowen wanted to break free from the golden chain, it was formed from the essence of Devour's spirit sea. With the current strength of Zhuowen's spirit sea, it was still difficult for him to break free. Let's cultivate my spirit sea first. After struggling a few times and discovering that he couldn't break free from the golden chain, Zhuowen sighed softly and began to cultivate the celestial star meditation diagram in silence. The moment he circulated the celestial star meditation diagram, Zhuowen discovered that the celestial star meditation diagram circulated at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen quickly figured out the reason. The surrounding golden sea was Devour's spirit sea. The water pressure inside wasn't acting on Zhuowen's body, but on his spirit sea. As the water pressure continued to press on his spirit, Zhuowen's spirit sea circulated at an extremely fast speed to resist the water pressure. This was also the reason why he felt it was much faster than usual when he cultivated the celestial star meditation diagram. It could be said that the pressure of the spirit sea had stimulated the potential of Zhuowen's spirit sea. Thinking of this benefit, Zhuowen was delighted and hurriedly focused on tempering his spirit sea. He knew very well that as long as his spirit sea recovered, he should be able to break free from the golden chain. Time flew by. Zhuowen had already been in the golden sea for 10 years. During these 10 years, Zhuowen had almost sunk to the bottom of the golden sea, and his spirit sea had actually recovered 9 years ago. However, when Zhuowen's spirit sea recovered, he bitterly smiled as he discovered that he was still unable to break free from the golden chain on his body. As a result, Zhuowen could only continue to sink. Fortunately, the power of space and time slowed him down, giving Zhuowen ample time to constantly strengthen his spirit sea and resist the impact of the water pressure in the deep sea. Over the past 10 years, Zhuowen had been constantly guarding against the impact of the deep sea's water pressure. Under such pressure, his spirit sea progressed very quickly. Not only did it recover to its original state, but it even rose to mid-heavenly God. At this moment, in the pitch-black space of Zhuowen's spirit sea, there was no longer just one shining star, but more than a dozen scattered stars. These stars constantly flickered, somewhat resembling a starry sky. However, there was still a huge gap between them and a true starry sky. Even so, Zhuowen could feel that although his spirit sea had advanced to mid-heavenly god, the power of his spirit sea was probably much stronger than other mid-heavenly gods of the same level. Break! Looking at the golden chain on his body, Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned cold. The dozen stars in his spirit sea suddenly revolved, and a terrifying spirit sea immediately surged out. At this moment, the impregnable golden chain began to loosen, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Bang! With a soft sound, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden chain, and it finally broke into pieces. It's finally broken. Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief, and then slowly stood up. However, what Zhuowen did not notice was that the broken golden chain suddenly turned into a ray of golden light and surged into his spirit sea. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to control his spirit sea to resist the golden light, he discovered that the golden light had actually condensed into a golden star after entering his spirit sea. This golden star's aura was much stronger than the other stars around it. Zhuowen's spirit sea also underwent a sudden transformation due to the addition of this golden star. It actually rose from mid-heavenly god to late heavenly god. Not only that, Zhuowen also discovered that with the addition of this golden star, his spirit sea seemed to have an inexplicable sense of intimacy with the surrounding golden sea. This golden chain is the essence of the infant Devour soul. Originally, the infant Devourer had planned to use this golden chain to kill me. Little did he expect that I would be the one to break it and obtain the golden chain to fuse with my spirit. I have the essence of the infant Devourer's soul, so it won't be too difficult for me to refine his spirit sea. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and with a stomp of his right foot, he rushed out of the bottom of the sea and swept into the sky above the golden sea. This spirit sea will be under my control from now on. Zhuowen looked around the vast golden sea and then sat cross-legged in midair. The dozen stars in his spirit sea flew out one by one and floated above the golden sea. Crash! The appearance of the stars was immediately rejected by the golden sea, but the moment the golden stars appeared, the surging golden sea immediately ceased. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the golden sea below had turned into a golden stream and flowed into the golden stars. In a short while, the golden sea was completely absorbed, leaving behind a huge bare pit. Zhuowen looked around the entire spirit sea and was slightly shocked. The size of the infant Devourer's spirit sea was still beyond Zhuowen's imagination. This spirit sea was at least hundreds or thousands of times larger than a cultivator's, and it was almost boundless. Zhuowen patted his head and whispered with a wry smile, "I don't know how long it will take to transform such a large spirit sea into a spirit sea, but I'll still give it a try." Thinking of this, Zhuowen swept over to the golden stars and began to transform the entire spirit sea with the surrounding stars' power. Of course, in the process of transformation, Zhuowen's spirit sea was constantly integrated into the spirit sea, hoping to completely merge his spirit sea with the spirit sea. Zhuowen had been sitting in the infant Devourer's spirit sea for a total of 50 years. Including the previous 10 years, Zhuowen had been here for 60 years. At this moment, the blood immortal in the infant Devourer's mouth could no longer sit still. It's been 60 years, and my cultivation has reached the demigod realm. Why hasn't Zhuowen done anything? The blood immortal stood up and walked straight to the slot where Zhuowen was. Chapter 19:15. Done. At this moment, Zhuowen's tooth was still covered by the yellow spring river and the fourth level down meaning. The blood immortal could only vaguely see Zhuowen's figure sitting cross-legged inside. Looking at the purple intent from the fourth level down meaning, the blood immortal was still a bit scared. After hesitating for a while, the blood immortal snorted and said, "I'm already a demigod, but Zhuowen's aura is still at the peak of the sky immortal realm. It seems that the purple intent in his eyes was just a trick." As she spoke, the blood immortal's right hand formed into a claw and suddenly tore. Then, a crackling sound came from her claw. The river of the underworld that had been strengthened by the fourth layer of Tao, intent, suddenly shook. Countless yellow water splashed out, but it didn't break. The blood immortal was surprised, but soon he didn't care. Originally, he was scared of the purple intent in the yellow spring river. The previous attack was just a test. After probing, he discovered that the power of the purple was not as strong as he had imagined. His eyes immediately revealed a sharp glint. As expected, the purple will from before was just a trick. Watch me break through your defense. The blood immortal snorted and reached out his right claw again. A terrifying bloody light condensed in the center of his claw. The bloody light was spinning like a spiral. It was extremely fast and had the power to destroy everything, and it blasted on the Yellow Spring River. With a muffled boom, the Yellow Spring River shook, and then it was crushed by the bloody spiral, revealing Zhuowen, who was sitting in the tooth. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were closed, and his aura was faintly discernible. He was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The blood immortal looked at this scene in surprise. He thought that after he broke the Yellow Spring River, Zhuowen would definitely attack in anger, and he was ready to defend at any time. However, after the Yellow Spring River was destroyed, Zhuowen didn't move at all, and his aura was faintly discernible as if he was about to die. What's wrong with Zhuowen? The blood immortal was even more surprised. Just as she was about to reach out with her right hand to touch Zhuowen, a gust of fishy wind suddenly came from the inside of the devouring body. Then, the blood immortal was involuntarily swept away by this fishy wind. What's going on? This fishy wind was too strong, and the blood immortal was swept away without any power to resist. Soon after, he discovered that Devour's mouth was wide open, and he was swept away by the fishy wind from Devour's mouth. Plop! The blood immortal sat on the ground. Then, he looked up and was frightened to find that the sleeping infant Devour had opened its eyes and was staring at him coldly. Looking at the young Devour's deep eyes, the blood immortal trembled. Although the blood immortal had reached the demigod level, there was still a huge gap between her and the young Devour. "Oh, Lord Devour, you're awake. I'm the blood immortal, the little one you accidentally swallowed. I know that you swallowed me for my own good. Since I stayed in your body for a while, my cultivation has improved rapidly." Having said that, the blood immortal immediately got down on both knees with a servile expression. Her face was full of flattery as she kept on praising Devour's brilliance and brilliance. She said all the praises she could think of in one breath. The young Devour's eyes were still cold, or it was not the young Devour's eyes, but Zhuowen's. In 50 years, Zhuowen had completely refined the young Devour's sea of consciousness, and he was only half a step away from transforming it into a god soul. If it were not for the blood immortal's little trick, Zhuowen would not have cared, and would have continued to transform the young Devour's sea of consciousness. Zhuowen knew clearly that once the young Devour's sea of consciousness transformed into a god soul, he would be able to absorb the young Devour's power in the eye of Heaven Devour, and smoothly advance to the heavenly god level. "You can shut up now. If you dare to touch Zhuowen again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." A thunderous voice came out from Devour's mouth, bringing with it a horrible smell of blood. The blood immortal shivered and hurriedly crouched on the ground, not daring to look at the young Devour. She was surprised that the young Devour would protect Zhuowen. "Get in," the young Devour continued. I'll get in immediately. Don't be angry, my lord." The blood immortal carefully nodded and bowed to the young Devour, and then entered his mouth. After entering his mouth, the blood immortal did not dare to touch Zhuowen again, and immediately returned to her previous position. Zhuowen's god, soul, silently glanced at the blood immortal, who had calmed down and then ignored her. He began to use all of his strength to transform the young Devour's sea of consciousness into a god soul. One could say that the infant Devour's sea of consciousness was terrifyingly huge. It was many times more difficult to transform his sea of consciousness into a divine soul compared to a cultivator. However, Zhuowen also knew that once the young devourer's sea of consciousness transformed into a god soul, its god soul would be so vast that it would not be at the level of a peak heavenly god's god soul. It should be noted that the young devourer's god soul had just formed. According to the classification of cultivators, its god soul was only at the early heavenly god realm. Although it was only at the early heavenly god realm, its god soul was already comparable to a peak heavenly god realm cultivator. If the young devourer's god soul reached the middle heavenly god realm, its god soul would be so powerful that it could crush any heavenly god in the heavenly god realm. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's heart was filled with excitement. Now that he had successfully seized the body of the infant devourer, the infant devourer's body would be Zhuowen's main body. With the body of such a powerful race, Zhuowen believed that he could crush anyone in the same realm in the eight heavens. The young devourer had not yet matured, but it was already so terrifying. If it was allowed to develop and grow, Zhuowen could not imagine how terrifying it would be when it matured. Moreover, after possessing the young devourer, Zhuowen also received a part of the young devourer's memories. He knew that the young devourer had an extremely powerful innate divine ability. It was said that the innate divine ability was very powerful. However, in order to awaken the innate divine ability, one had to at least advance to the heavenly god realm. Back then, the young devourer was actually very unlucky. It did not inherit the energy of the adult devourer, nor did it awaken the innate divine ability. It could only rely on its powerful body and had very few means of attack. This also caused the young devourer's strength to not be particularly strong on the surface. In Devourer's inherited memories, Zhuowen discovered that the so-called innate divine ability seemed to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he was extremely anxious to transform the young devourer's sea of consciousness into a god soul so that it could advance to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible and obtain the innate divine ability. At least for now, the first step was to transform the god soul. Thinking of this, Zhuowen hastened to refine the young devourer's sea of consciousness. Spring came and flowers bloomed. Another 5 years passed. On this day, the young devourer's sea of consciousness had completely changed. At this moment, the young devourer's sea of consciousness no longer looked like a golden sea. Instead, it had turned into an illusory, starry sky. At this moment, there were many stars scattered in the starry sky. These stars revolved around a dazzling golden star. Moreover, the number of stars in the starry sky was much more than at the beginning. Now, there were nearly 100 stars. There is no doubt that Zhuowen's god soul had transformed again after absorbing the young devourer's sea of consciousness. Whether in terms of strength or breadth, it was much stronger than before. According to Zhuowen's current estimation, his god soul was now comparable to the god soul of a peak heavenly god realm cultivator. Although my god soul is much stronger than other heavenly gods of the same realm, I know that with the capacity of my god soul, it will be difficult to advance. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a wry smile. Looking at the expanded god soul space around him, he knew very well that if he didn't have any divine items to enhance his god soul, the time he would need to cultivate his god soul could be described as an ocean. I finally solved the problem of my god soul. Now, the only thing left is star power. Thinking of star power, Zhuowen felt a headache coming on. The energy Devourer needed was too enormous. The star power of an ordinary life-bearing planet was insignificant to Devour. Moreover, in Devour's inherited memories, it mentioned that when Devour became a heavenly god, he wouldn't choose a life-bearing planet. Instead, he would choose a star that contained terrifying energy. Moreover, there wasn't only one star. He would need 9 stars arranged in a line. Only then would the star power of 9 stars be enough for Devour to reach the heavenly god realm. Sigh, I need a star. It seems that I have to enter the heaven domain to find a star. But before that, I have to change the appearance and aura of this infant devourer, Zhuan muttered. His god soul had completely merged with the infant devourer's body. It could be said that the current Zhuan was devourer, and the infant devourer was Zhuan. Moreover, Zhuan had the void heaven grade concealment divine ability, shapeless all life. This divine ability could change his appearance and aura at will. In the past 60 years, Zhuan had cultivated shapeless all life to the fourth stage, the great success stage. It could be said that as long as he used shapeless all life, even an ordinary void heaven grade expert wouldn't be able to see through Zhuan's true nature. Thinking of this, Zhuan began to circulate shapeless all life. Then, the infant devourer's enormous body began to shrink until it was only the size of a human. At this moment, Zhuan's entire body was wrapped in white light. Aya, the blood immortal, who was still in the infant devourer's mouth, had been kicked out when the infant devourer shrank. At this moment, the blood immortal sat down on the ground again, with anger on her face. However, when the blood immortal realized that the infant devourer had disappeared, her body trembled and her eyes were filled with confusion. But soon, her eyes landed on the figure wrapped in white light. She sensed a remnant aura of the infant devourer from the white light. However, this aura soon disappeared as if it didn't exist. When Zhuan's appearance finally appeared in front of the blood immortal was even more confused. She could clearly feel that the current Zhuan was different from before. Or perhaps, at this moment, Zhuan actually gave him an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.